Hey everyone, welcome. Another Saturday night live stream. I hope the tank is showing up well. I look like I'm just facing the gates of hell because I've got this orange filter on. So, so yeah, that's why. Like I said last week, not an accident in a tanning booth. That is just the orange filter. So I hope everyone's doing well. It's been a busy week. We've already got 14 people here. And I'll say hi to people in the chat, and I hope someone comes in and joins us fairly soon. I do have a couple things to report. Got a coral order in, that kind of stuff. First off was Tony Close, UK Reef. Hi, Tony. Thank you for coming by, because I know it's late where you are. True Skills. Hey, Aaron. Thanks for coming by. I hope things have kind of improved for you a little bit in the last week in your quest for improved source water, but maybe you'll drop by and let us know, or maybe let us know in the chat. Marcus Errol is 187. Hello, welcome. Hey, Andrew Hudson, also from the UK. Hello. And Mark Teffer is here. Awesome. Anybody else wants to drop by and say hi, that would be great. And if you don't mind hitting the thumbs up, that would also be lovely, because as I've heard, apparently the more thumbs up there are in a live stream, the more likely it is to get recommended out there by YouTube. And who knows, who might find us that was looking for something like this. So anyway, oh yeah, the heavy metals. Oh yeah, exactly. What can I show you? I do have a video I can show you, which is of the coral order I got. And if you follow me on Instagram, you may have seen this already, but I'm absolutely stoked about it. And I've already moved one of them into the place where it's going to be on the sand bed to go with the rest of them. Hey, Diacanthus. Alex is giving me flashbacks fiddling with fiberglass. Oh yeah. Yeah, he had to say the word itchy and fiberglass in the same sentence today. And I just feel all scratchy. Let me show you this video. I just put together this very short clip when I received the order, because it's just beautiful. So here, we'll play that. No, I gotta open it first. I'm still learning how to do this. You probably know I have this maze brain garden up front here. It includes this little guy around the side. I'm stoked because look what I just got from Fragbox. Oh my God. I've never seen a maze brain like this. I can hardly wait to grow it out. So here's my whole order. Beauty. Beautiful specimens. Thank you, Fragbox. I love them. Yeah. Pretty cool, hey? Here, let me just, I'm still getting used to how all of this works with the adding and showing and sharing and all that kind of thing. That was a really nice order. That red maze brain, I have not seen one like that before. I'm always on the lookout for various colors, and I'm really lucky. I already have pretty nice selection, starting with the very, very first one I ever got, which is a pale green mouth, or valley, I guess, with grayish green walls. And it's an extremely slow grower. I've had it since, I want to say 2016, maybe late 2016, early 2017. It was just before I got my Red Sea tank. And it's about doubled in size, and it's taken like what, 6 years, 5 years, something like that. So they're very slow growers, and I've had really good luck with them. So that's why I decided to look for more, because not everybody collects these things. And the whole idea behind this tank is to have space to grow things out and give things lots of room that they need to be healthy and not kill each other. So yeah. Oh, hey, Cathy B. Nice to see you here. It's got to be so, Mark Teffer, it's got to be so hard putting frags into your mini ocean there. Ugh. And I don't know whether you mean frags in relation to the size of them because they're so small, or frags in relation to getting them actually put where I want them because it's so hard to reach. And I guess both is kind of true. But it before you know it, they'll start to grow and they'll keep growing. And then by this time next year, it should look a lot more full. So, yeah. So that was my big news this week. Super excited about that. I also set up phosphate dosing on a doser using the little Camor X1 pump that I had been using to dose into the frag tank when I had it running. And I'm dosing the maximum recommended amount per day to get it up to up by 0.02 per day, because it seems to consume about 0.0. Oh, I don't know. I lose track of points. My tank consumes almost 0.02 every day. So there isn't much left over. And I guess tomorrow, Monday will be a week since I set the doser up. And it'll be interesting to see where the levels are when I do that, because I don't want them to escape me and get too high. And I'm going to keep right on top of it because I've had high phosphate problems in the past. I don't want that to happen again if I can avoid it. I did a test last night of the calibration because it occurred to me that if I want to put 25 milliliters in every day in 5 doses of 5 milliliters each, I better be sure that's what the doser's actually putting in. So I got a little cup and I set the manual to put 20 milliliters in, and it put 25 milliliters in. So I adjusted the dosing volumes to 4 milliliters 4 times a day. So I'm telling it to put 20, but the calibration is such that it's actually putting 25. There's no way to adjust that calibration. All you can do is measure it, see what it is, do the math, and set it for what your result needs to be. So I've done that. Who else we got here? Marcus Aerolis. If it is a long-term plan, slow growers are no problem. Oh, hi, Jamie Reef Tank. Marcus Aerolis, you're 100% right as far as what my plan is, because I don't want to have to constantly be cutting things back, because I like the growth form that a lot of these things take. And for example, I have a Montipora, a knotty spiral downstairs. That's the one that's encrusted right onto the vat, or it's actually going around a corner and encrusted by maybe 5/8 of an inch. It's curved up and there's nothing holding it on the edge. We took the frag rack out from underneath. It wasn't attached, and yeah, it's right on there. And from one end to the other has got to be at least 12 inches. And my husband thinks he can get it off in one piece. And I kind of agree. We've kind of come up with a way we're going to try to do it. However, there's one of those giant vermeted snails right in the middle of it, right near the water line. So if it does come off in one piece, that section, I'm going to have to Dremel it out, because I'm not, it's already in the system. Who knows how many babies it's shipped out already. I don't want to move it upstairs. And I know where I want to put it. It'll be kind of near the sand, near the middle of the tank. So it has lots of room to grow more layers and grow outwards. I've left a space for it, but it's already probably pretty close to filling up that space. So if I cut it back, I'm going to ruin the really nice outside edges where it's all growing and it's got the different color, and that's the only problem. The Gorgonian that you can see right above my head is already within an inch of the water surface, and I may need to cut that one back. I have to wait and see what it does, because I don't want it falling over onto the rock below, because there are corals on there that I really don't want in contact with it. There's a couple favia, a couple chalices. So yeah, it's a whole different set of things to think about when it comes to this much space. You can really see the amount of extra space or the wide open spaces when you look top down. And I had promised a top down video this week for the update. I couldn't find the time to do it, but I will be doing that because I want to see what my sticks are doing up the top. I've got a couple up here that were entrusted to me for banking, and I'm pretty sure they're starting to encrust. So I want to double check on that and just see how they're doing. One of them had an area of tissue that was missing, and from what I can tell, it's grown back. And the only time I can really see that is late in the day when more blue lights are on. During the day, I have a lot of white. And probably about this time of day onwards, it starts to get a little more blue, and you can actually see the tissue color. That one happens to be sort of a golden yellow. So, just the usual things going on. My tests were good last week, but as I said, they showed I need to dose phosphate. Phosphate was 0.024. When I measured it, I did check it with the HANA checker. I always do. And I'm very happy with that because the previous 2 tests, 2 weeks previous in a row, it was 0. So obviously I have to dose something every day. And the fact I'm dosing to bring up the levels to 0.02 every day, and it's only slightly above 0.02 when I test after a week, tells me the tank is consuming a lot. So yeah, so that happened. Let me think what else. When I set up the doser, initially I put the hose through some egg crate that's hanging over the edge of the 150-gallon vat covering the drain. Because we remove the strainer from there, we have 3 fish in there, Blenny and the foxface and the Tomini tang, and I didn't want them escaping. Obviously, the drain it's like a 2-inch bulkhead, and so there's Cathy, and so we put this egg crate cover over top. But I'll tell you more about that after we talk to Cathy. There's a lot of algae growing on it. That's all I'm going to say. Hello, Cathy.
Hello, how are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us okay or hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Your sound is really good. There's no echo or anything like that. So that's awesome.
Wait till the dishwasher starts gurgling.
I had to turn the fans off on either side of the tank because there's just like a low hum when they're on, and it's really annoying. Marcus, they're funny. When they do take off, you'll know it. Do you dose or test iodine? One of the things that can make white spots. Yeah, the white spots were a thing from when I picked them up from the local hobbyist. And we had a lot of chat back and forth about it. I did not put them in here until those things were healed. I had them in the observation tank for quite a while, just to make sure I wasn't going to import anything. And he and a couple other people who had got frags checked, and we all had the same, what looked like little bite marks, but now there's nothing. Or actually, when I put it in the tank, there's nothing. So I'm assuming it's all good, but I guess I'll find out when I do some top down and I can zoom in a little bit. Oh, Cathy, I'm going to put you full screen. Looks good, and you've got it sideways. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm learning. I'm learning.
Nice.
So yeah, nothing's new, exciting. I got a couple of new zoas. There they are right there. Well, 3 of them. One's not doing so good. It's kind of closey-uppy, this one on the left. But I don't know. We'll see. But that's pretty much it.
I like the green one. That's a nice one.
I like that too. I don't know what. Don't ask me names. It's green. No, that's all I know.
I know Utter Chaos, and I know Blue-Eyed Blonde Inches, and what other one? And Bam Bam and Scrambled Eggs. But that's because that's what I have. I don't really get into a lot of it.
Yeah, those are purple monsters, I think.
Yeah.
These, I don't know, Illuminati or something. Somebody told me, but I don't know. Don't really care. And a couple of the cool ones. Yeah.
Oh yeah, those are nice.
Yeah, I like
Where
those.
do you get your coral when you get it?
Uh, well, I haven't been buying very much because I have no room.
Right,
So those I got from Under the Sea, which is a shop in St. Catharines.
right. Is that Brian's son's?
No, that's
No,
Sean. Um,
Sean. Trying to think if I know who that is from the shows. I can't remember.
yeah, he set up a couple of years ago out in Font Hill and then moved to St. Catharines last year or 2 years ago. Um,
Oh, Under the Sea. I know who
yeah,
that is. They were making sumps, weren't they?
they did sumps and skimmers, and they
Yeah.
had a bunch of stuff with their label on it.
Yep.
That's where I got my tank from originally. But yeah,
Nice.
he's got nice stuff, but
Nice.
I have no room, so I have stopped buying. So I want to do a tank reset sometime soon, but I don't know. I don't really want to. I do and I don't. I don't want to have
Yeah.
to take it all apart and redo it all over again and do the sand and the whole thing, and then I'm thinking, well, maybe I should because I need more room, or at least move some stuff around. I did move a little bit around last weekend.
Yep.
Sort of just redid this area here because that this
Mm-hmm.
tree thing was growing into the gyre pump. So I thought, well, I better not let it get sucked into that. So I did
You'll
a
have them everywhere.
That's the problem. This is what happens when things grow.
I know. Isn't it terrible?
It's what do you call it? Be careful what you wish for. But on the
Uh-huh.
other hand, it's a modern day problem. It's a problem, not a bad problem to have.
No, that's right. And I think that what how can I put this? If you can learn to manage it and still keep everything looking good,
Yeah,
then you've got it solved because that's my problem. I try to trim nicely and make
yeah,
it look tidy and it never does. And I'm always waiting for 2 months until things heal and yeah.
yeah. Well, was it last week or 2 weeks ago? I trimmed about, like I said, about a pound of Xenia. I just yanked it right off the rocks and threw it in the garbage,
Yeah.
and it cleared up that whole. It just really cleaned up this whole area
Yeah.
that was around here,
Yep.
down in the back there, and get out of the way, Bob.
Nice fish.
I know. Got a new home soon, I think.
Oh, wouldn't that would be cool? I'm looking at my fish trap. It's right over beside me.
Alrighty.
Hey, Tony Close, just started dosing going with Red Sea program. Oh, cool. Hey, NSB Reefs, glad you could make it. Scott Smith is here. I'm in Harper's Ferry. Anyone in this area? Tony Close likes your fish, Cathy.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. They're right for your tank, you know? They look like they're quite happy. I don't see any kind of nervous behavior or back and
Fox,
forth pacing.
the fox face gets spooked very
Yeah.
easily, like because this tank is in a hallway, so like
Mm,
kitchen here, and then hallway, and then living room,
right.
and so to go to the washroom, you have to walk by the tank,
Ah,
and sometimes they get startled when you come around the corner quickly.
yeah.
But he's okay tonight. He's happy. They just got fed a couple hours ago. They're all happy.
Yeah.
I don't really have too much aggression. A little bit of aggression between my angel, my coral beauty, and my
Bicolor. Is that what it
bicolor,
is?
but it's more just a little chase.
Yeah.
Nothing special.
Kind of
They've been
like
like that since the beginning.
yeah. Kind of like my tangs, the purple and the yellow. They didn't grow up together. The sailfin and the purple grew up together. I've had them since they were like the size of a quarter. But the purple and the yellow were introduced to each other when they both went into this tank. And they do a lot of chasing, but I think I was saying last week, it's like they're playing. They don't actually contact each other.
Yeah.
They just kind of show their tails to each other and chase but they don't hide. Like neither one is being bullied. So I've spent a lot of time watching them just to make sure in case I need to do anything with territory or whatever.
Yeah.
And I think they're just messing around.
I think they like to play just like cats and dogs, right?
Oh yeah.
They get how exciting is it in a glass box.
Yeah, I know. And I'm putting out the video on Tuesday, I think, about when I spied on the reef to see who was moving that coral.
Oh yeah, I saw that first one.
And I got a couple dislikes in that video. I think people are mad because, 2 minutes and 29 seconds is a long time to find out there's no answer. But anyway, never mind.
Do you have an urchin?
I do. I have 2 urchins.
Oh, maybe that's the urchin, because mine carries stuff all over the place.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
this is like a golf ball size rock
Well, where
that
to find
this
my
coral
urchin?
is on.
He carries that thing around. That thing. Where is he now? He's got a. Where is he? Where is he? He's got a Kenya tree on him right now. It's about 3 inches tall. I don't know where he is now. He's gone somewhere.
They're like the squirrels of the reef tank. They grab things and put the seeds everywhere, and before you know it.
Yeah. I'm like, geez, stop it.
Yeah, I know, right?
I mean, I glue stuff down, but they're very strong, and sometimes the glue doesn't hold super well, and he ends up pulling it off the glue, and then now he's got it attached to his back, and off he goes on around the tank. It's crazy. I don't know where he is now.
I got to look for the footage I have of an urchin carrying a live crab, and it had it by the top of the shell. So the crab, the opening of the shell was facing outwards, and all I could see was legs sticking out.
I've had that before. I pull them off. I do pull live crabs and snails off because I think they'll suffocate.
Yeah, they'll die.
Yeah.
And so I got the pipette and I kind of rotated it in there and teased it loose because I don't want to hurt the urchin either, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Scott Smith. Scott says, love your show. Thank you. Thank you. Cool. Very nice.
Nothing new today. Tomorrow's big water change day. It has been 2 months. I better do one. So I got my water mixing downstairs and do my 25 gallons. And we moved my outside air for my skimmer. We moved it. It was at the back end of the house, about, I don't know, 60 feet away. No, 25 feet away. Now it's like 18 or 16. So it seems to be helping my pH a little bit because I have really low pH.
Right.
And I've started trying dosing Kalkwasser, see if that's going to help. It's not really helping, but it's only been 2 days. Right. So I'm gonna see how it goes through the next week, checking my alkalinity because it is kind of creeping up a bit. And if you want some nitrates and phosphates, you're more than welcome to have my water. They're extremely high.
I've been through that same thing. Same like this. I think what saves me with this tank, I use the word save, but I think the reason I don't have a nutrient issue is because of the water volume.
Yes.
It's diluted. And I was talking about the grate that covers the drain in the 150 downstairs. Well, my initial setup of the doser, I fed the hose through 2 squares in the egg crate so that it could drip in right in front of that drain. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't super happy with the angle the hose was on, so I started messing around with it, and I was reaching back to feel exactly where the drain was and all this kind of thing. And ultimately, I put it straight down, but then I reached in to adjust something, and I felt something. And I started feeling around because I can't see it. I can barely reach it. And the whole area is loaded with turf algae.
Oh.
So I pulled the grate cover off, and it's completely covered with bubble algae. I'm thinking to myself, maybe it's not such a good idea to put phosphate right where there's all this algae growing. Because none of it's going to make it into the tank. It's all going to be in the algae.
As long as you're, I mean, I have algae. I have very little algae now. It just kind of went away on its own through, my phosphates and nitrates are extremely high, but they're balanced high. Yeah. So like 60 and 0.6 last week. I mean, that's high, but nobody's really suffering at this point. I'm trying to bring it down very, very slowly. Yeah. But I have like a little bit of cyano in the sump. I have some green hair algae in the sump. I have chaeto in the sump. I have film algae in the sump. As long as it stays in the sump, that's fine with me.
And your softies probably love it.
They do, obviously, yeah. I need to
Yeah.
sit down. I
This
don't have
this
a
is
tripod.
I know. I spent a lot of time on live streams as a human tripod. I know what that's
Yeah.
like.
I don't have
Mark,
anything, I don't even have a case on my phone, so I don't even have like a little kickstand or anything like that. So it's like
yeah,
crazy.
it's pretty hard sometimes. My arms always used to get sore because I use my iPad,
Yeah.
and those things weigh a little bit. Marcus Aerola says if you have an urchin, they can break glues and carry some heavy things. Oh yeah, but I
Oh
mean,
yeah.
the water, they're not heavy in the water the same as they are in the air. So it's a little bit deceptive, when you see the size of something and you hold it in your hand versus when it's in the water. But yeah, they're busy little guys. They do a good job though.
They do. They sure do. I don't know. Mine's been acting weird lately, so I don't know.
What kind
Maybe
is it?
it's a little purple one.
Oh
It's
yeah.
not a it's not a tuxedo. I
Hmm.
guess a little purple pin cushion.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I
Yeah.
have a white pin cushion. It's kind of a grayish tan white color. It looks like it has little pearls all over it.
Yeah. Mine's just purple. I don't know where he is. He's hiding somewhere in the rocks or whatever.
And I have a
Pretty.
blue tuxedo as well that I got as about the size of a golf ball
Yeah.
um, a while ago, and it's quite a lot bigger now.
Somebody ate mine
Oh,
tuxedo.
oh, jeez.
It was hollowed out inside. I'm like, oh, that doesn't look good.
Yeah, I lost mine when I had another one. I moved it. It was in the holding tank, doing great. When I moved it into the 150, when we first moved the Reef all over to the new system, I think it couldn't get its footing and there was too much flow. And within a day or two, it was just rolling around on the bottom.
Oh wow.
And then it just like you described, it was gone. There's nothing
Yeah.
left of it. And I just think it couldn't, maybe I didn't acclimate it well enough. And so it wasn't able to hang on while it, became used to the water. I don't know. It's kind of sad.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this and you know what? It could have been end of life for it. They don't live like 20 years, kind of
No,
thing.
that's true. Yeah.
I often think about that when I have a shrimp die or something. I'm like, well, I've
Hmm.
had this shrimp for 5 years.
Yeah.
Is it end of life for
Hmm.
it?
And it's hard to find lifespans. And I guess it's hard to figure that out because
Mm,
we have this artificial environment. And I don't know how you would even study that. All you could do is collect anecdotal information and kind of aggregate it and see what average you come up with, I guess.
yeah, exactly. Who knows? Oh, anyway, that's not
Yeah.
much. Bob's waiting to get into his new house. So
Bob,
yeah,
nice. Bob looks like a nice fish.
he's beautiful.
Yeah,
He's a model citizen for now.
that's awesome.
Watch him go pick
Well,
at something.
and I've already decided if I know about a fish's proclivities to, perhaps chew on things, I just have to accept it if I want the fish.
Exactly.
And I
Exactly.
don't really have a lot of things like acans, etc. I did have a clam, but I lost him. I don't remember what exactly happened. Something happened, and I know what it was. The ChemiClean treatment, and I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't think the ChemiClean killed him, but I think he was kind of in decline, and I don't think it helped.
Hmm.
So yeah, I'm not sure I'll get another clam. Maybe years down the road when the tank's more mature, and I don't know.
Yeah. I've never seen Bob pick at anything, like coral wise, but he loves mysis and he's a pig. So
Yeah,
I keep my fish pretty well fed. So
yeah,
they do very little damage
yeah. Me too. And
food
I do
wise.
plan to get a pair of gold flake angels. I'm already saving my money because apparently you can get them captive bred
Mm,
now. And why get one
yes.
when two will do, right? So, and I mean, they are
Yeah.
known to chomp on things, and I'll just have to, figure it out when the time comes,
Yeah.
if that happens. But I'm hoping captive bred will be a little less likely for it to happen, but who knows?
Yeah. The only really coral chomper that I've had that I have is my coral beauty angelfish. He does she does like to chew on like stony corals like
Mhm.
Poslepora. She decimated a colony once, a small mini colony once.
Mhm.
But once it's in the tank for a while, then she forgets about it. But anything new, they all go check it out and taste
Uh-huh.
it,
Yeah.
and then yeah, I've had this before. I don't like it anymore. So then off to the then they leave it alone. It's
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah. Yeah, my little coral beauty is a captive bred, and I have seen it picking at the utter chaos, but
Oh.
only when it was already closed. So I don't know
Mm,
whether it was going after like fruit flakes or something, that that they
right.
grabbed. I have no idea, but I only ever saw it once.
Oh well, you know what? In most cases they're going to be fine. As long as when the more corals you have, you've got such a big tank with so many different corals in it. You even if there is somebody biting on, there he goes, he just bit my tree. Um,
Yeah.
Even if he is biting on, if they are biting on something, you probably won't even notice.
No, I hope not.
You
I
know?
we'll see. I just want things to grow out a little bit, so if they
Yeah.
do get munched, they'll stand a chance of having enough tissue left to heal.
Well, yeah, exactly, exactly. Unless they take it right down to the nub, and then well, that's not
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
that's not gonna work. Then you learn.
Yeah.
Then you know. Okay, so I can't keep that kind of a
Yeah.
and fish. So one
Yes,
goes or one stays, right?
that's right. Yeah. And then it switches around when the fish reaches its lifespan or whatever happens, then you
Yep.
can go back to the coral. Andrew Hudson says you can get a hat for urchins to stop them picking up stuff. Don't know if it works. I knew about these things, like their little Viking hats and little top hats and other types of things. And I hadn't thought of them as stopping them from picking up other stuff, although they would serve that function. I always just thought it was a novelty. It
Yeah.
looked really cool to see your urchin running around the tank with a hat on.
Here we go.
Yeah,
Humanizing our animals again.
I know, right? Marcus Aurelius says, I don't know either. Mine tends to pick up stuff regardless, covered in probably 20 snail shells, rocks,
Yeah.
and frags. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, mine. What the other day it was in the front. It's very rarely in the front. I didn't even know it was there. There's so many things attached to them. Empty snail shells, and then they leave them all over the front of the glass when he
Uh-huh.
decides to go for a walk. And now I've got to clean up all the empty snail shells. It's like,
Yeah, and first you got to make sure they're empty.
well, yes, yeah, exactly. If they're up too long that way, then usually my puffer fish gets a nice meal.
How's the
So
puffer doing?
great.
Is this something you recently got?
No, I've had him for since 2020, 2 years.
Oh, nice.
He's
Okay.
doing okay.
Maybe I'm just remembering when you did get them, and I
Yeah,
just can't believe it's been that long.
yeah. He's developed a very strange behavior, um, and I don't know if what he's hanging around with like clownfish, like literally hanging
Oh,
around and almost doing like I will not say a mating dance with the clownfish, but like sort of he's not attacking the clownfish. He's just getting really close to the clownfish. It's very strange. It just started happening about a month ago. It's very odd behavior.
maybe he's waiting for the eggs to hatch, and he's going to be right there.
Well, that's true, but they hatched already about a month ago, and he's still doing this again. They don't have a new clutch yet.
Huh.
That it's weird. If I can get a picture of it, I'll show you.
They're such strange little
Okay, here we go.
creatures.
So he's there, and the little
Yeah.
clownfish.
Oh, I see him.
Get out of the way.
And this is a Valentini.
Yeah, yeah,
You know what? He's a nice size. Like, he's not too big.
yeah. No, I don't think they get much bigger than that. Like I said, I've had
Yeah.
him for 2 years or a year and a half. I don't remember. Yeah, he came in. He was nice. Everybody wants
Yeah.
the camera because they think they're going to get fed.
Oh, yeah.
It's really
Yeah, mine rush to the front glass as soon as you walk in the room.
I know they're pigs. They're pigs with fins, I call them.
Yeah. Andrew says, my urchin likes to rip GSP off the back wall.
Oh, wow. I wish mine
That
would have
might,
done that.
I was going to say, that might be a good thing, I guess, depending where it is.
That's a good thing, yeah.
Oh, hey, DC Reefer. Glad you could make it. Hey, ladies, I'm just listening in while I reboot my tanks. 200-gallon, 25-gallon, and 20 all-in-one. Putting
Oh, wow.
my all into this build, this the last round, or my wife's going to divorce me. I off and on, Warren, I've seen stuff on Instagram and wherever when you put posts up about that, and I can't keep up with you, man. So maybe this move to Florida is going to let you settle and get things set up and to where it's more permanent. You know, I think you were facing a lot of changes, and it had an impact on what was happening with your tank. So this is good. I look forward to seeing this, especially the 200. Is that a 200? Is that a water box? Because I don't think Innovative Marine makes any of their EXTs that big. I honestly can't remember what you ended up getting. Yeah. And so, Cathy, talking about doing a reset, do you have? Will you put it in the same place as this tank, or do you have another
Yeah.
spot? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just the same tank and everything. I'll just take everything out and
Oh, I see.
rescape it. Like take
Right.
everything out, take the sand out, take all the water out, take all the fish out,
Yep. Yep.
empty it out, clean all the coralline off the back, which will really mess things up. But
Yep.
clean the overflow box and then refill it with new sand and rescape it.
Right.
But all my rocks have stuff on them, so it makes it very difficult.
Yeah.
And some of them aren't like they're not glued; they're growing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like
It's not easy.
this GSP rock is actually two rocks that are now fused together in the middle. That it grew off the main rock and started growing on the rock underneath it. And a lot of my rocks are very large.
Yeah.
And it makes it hard. And it's only, I don't know how tall this is, 22-inch tank height.
Yep. Yep.
So you have to kind of keep the proportions correct. You can't have stuff too high up. And
Yep.
I don't know. I'm debating. I might just leave it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Depends how much work is involved.
Well, I know from having made the decision to move my reef instead of sell off everything and start over, the more planning you can do, the more slowly you can do it, the better. And the only drawback with doing it slowly is it's inconvenient because you're then looking after two setups, even if one setup is in tubs.
No, I would do it all.
You know. Yeah.
I would do. I did it back in 2019 or 2018. We put we put the tank too close to this wall here, and I couldn't get a power head magnet in there. So we drained the whole tank out. We took all the corals out. We put them all in bins. Took all the fish out. I took all the sand out. I cleaned it up, and we moved it literally 1 inch. I did all that to move it 1 inch, and then we put it all back. It took all day. Of course, it takes all day, more than all day, probably until. And then I debubble algaed all the rocks before I put them back in. And it was, and I did. My husband helped a little bit with moving some of the rocks around, but moving the tank 1 inch.
Yeah.
And most of it I did all myself. I did do that kind of stuff if I'm going to do it, unless something happens and it cracks or whatever. I do it in the summertime because you can open up the windows and you don't have to put a heat on it.
Yeah.
So I didn't have enough heaters for all the bins and so but it worked out okay.
That's awesome. If you can do it that quickly, then I would go that route. I mean, in my case, I couldn't.
Yeah. No.
Oh, DC says Innovative Marine 200 EXT Peninsula. Oh, nice.
That's a nice tank.
And what kind of coral is that? Andrew's asking, is that a symposium the clowns are in or hosting?
Those are green, metallic green hairy mushrooms.
You know what? My clownfish loved
Yeah.
the green hairy mushrooms that were in the observation tank when I had it set up. They just absolutely loved it.
Yeah, we started off with one, and now I have,
Uh-huh.
well, lots.
They are,
All
they're
the clowns used to host in it. Now they host in their long tentacle anemone over there.
right.
Those are, again, my two original fish from 2014. My two original fish from when I first set up my saltwater tank.
Yeah.
Back then. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah, the green hairy mushrooms, man, the female especially spent a lot of time in there diving in and out and going under them and
Oh yeah, she would suckle them and all kinds
yeah,
of weird stuff.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's when I had the pair and the male was either sick or something happened. He got injured and we're pretty sure that one of the mushrooms ate him
Oh,
because one
hairy
was
mushroom
closed
ate
up.
the fish?
Yeah, and he wasn't huge, but he wasn't a tiny fish either. He was probably a year old at the time.
Oh
And it
wow.
was closed up like a golf ball because we walked in the room. It was when it was at my daughter's, and it was like purple. And I went, "What's up with this mushroom?" And just looked like a purple golf ball, and there was no sign of the male clownfish. So
Oh.
nobody knows really what happened, but we never ever found him. And
Oh.
we looked everywhere on the floor, behind the tank, underneath the tank, like everywhere, and never found him. And then when we took that tank down, we still never found any sign of him. So I'm convinced that's what happened.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Crazy. I know some of those giant mushrooms like the Persian rug and the other really big ones
Yeah.
can eat fish, but
Yeah.
usually a healthy fish will be strong enough to get away from it
Yeah.
before it engulfs it.
Yeah. Yeah. I really like the Hadoni carpet anemones, but
Oh, beautiful.
I just think if I was going to have one of those, I would probably just want to take with that and a bunch of clownfish and nothing else.
Yeah.
Because it's a
One
big
day.
risk. Yeah. Yeah. DC's just asking if your puffer nips at any coral. I'm thinking about putting a puffer in the NPS NEM softie tank. I want a small puffer or maybe fuzzy dwarf lionfish. I think you said he really doesn't. Is that right?
He doesn't. He did, again, every time you put something new in the tank, everybody goes and tastes it. Now I
Uh-huh.
have this really browned out SPS. Where'd it go? Where's my camera? Right. Where's my camera? Right there. It's very tiny nub. I got it in on a trade,
Yep.
and he actually everybody just bit the tips off of it, and then they've left it alone ever since, and he's left it alone ever since. So they all want to taste it. I don't like it. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's not good. If it's good, I'll eat the whole thing. If it's not good, well, you can have it.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
do give him clams on the half shell because you have, keep his beak.
Yep.
Even though I don't think they really have the same kind of beak as like a porcupine puffer or anything like
Right.
that.
Yeah.
I don't see any big teeth or anything like that. I mean, he's got the beak, but I don't think it's as big. But he'll chew on a rock or something to grind his own teeth down, tooth down, whatever it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hey, WV Reaper. Sorry. Just noticed he dropped in. So no,
he's been good. He's been
nice.
a good model guy. He's fun to watch. I only seen him puffed up like 3 times since I've had him because again, you walk around the corner and if you startle him, he'll just explode and then he does this pulsating to push the water out. And like I said, I've only seen him really puffed up 3 times. And it's like, oh, he's so big.
That's funny.
He looks just like, pufferfish. It's funny.
WVU Reefer smoking beef ribs all day. Anthony Close, Cathy, does the Moorish idol bother any of your corals?
It's not a Moorish idol though. It's a schooling bannerfish.
Yeah. Even better.
No, he doesn't do anything. He doesn't bother anything. He doesn't bother any fish. He doesn't bother any corals. He just likes to eat. hence why he's tripled in size in a year and a half.
Yeah. Yeah. I haven't even looked into how big they actually get.
They get pretty big. Like your tank will be more than plenty room for him. I call it a him because his name is Bob, but I don't know if it's a girl or a guy fish.
I think when I think about the fish that are in here already and the potential for growth, for example, the purple tang can get 8 to 9 inches long,
Yep.
but they don't do that too often in captivity.
Mm-hmm.
And then the same with the yellow tang, not quite as big, I don't think. The magnificent fox face I have, he's about 7 to 8 inches now. They get up to
Wow.
around 9 maximum.
Yeah.
Oh, he's fat, really
Yeah.
fat.
Yeah. My fox face, he's getting really big. He's growing extremely fast as well, and he's pretty
They do,
thick.
don't they? Yeah,
Yeah. I'm going to keep him as long as I can because he's great for algae.
yeah. Yes,
Because I
when I
don't.
had the mass fish death, that's when I understood the role the herbivores played in keeping that tank free of algae.
Mm-hmm.
Within 2 weeks, it was inundated after I
Mm-hmm.
lost all those fish. It was awful.
Yeah. Yeah. That's horrible. Been
Yeah,
there. Don't want to do
yeah,
it again.
yeah, yeah. And I think it happens to a lot of us, and it was a mystery. I suspect oxygen deprivation, but I still don't really know 100%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's that. I learned that once, and it was heartbreaking. We
Mhm.
were again doing a tank transfer from my old tank to another tank before this tank, and I didn't know. I left like 2 inches of water in the bottom of the tank before the getting ready for it to clear up the other tank and the sand to clear up.
Mhm.
I didn't put a bubbler in, and I
Mhm.
lost two fish
Mhm.
from oxygen
Yeah.
depletion. One of my was my flame hawkfish, which I loved so dearly, and
Yep.
and then it dawned on me. I'm like, what are you, an idiot? Of course, it's just 2 inches of water, and there's 4 or 5 fish in it, like a 12-inch little tank. Of course, they're gonna
Yeah.
die of oxygen deprivation.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
so I learned that one the hard way.
You think it's enough surface area, but we have a bucket, and it's right on the outside of it. It says fish transfer, and it's got a hole drilled in the top. It's like a 5-gallon bucket. I have 5 or 6 of those battery operated air pumps,
Yep.
and there's one of those in there, extra batteries. So it doesn't matter even if we just go half an hour somewhere to pick up a fish,
Mm-hmm.
it still gets put in water with bubbles because I just don't want to. I don't
Yeah.
want to run into that again because then you don't know what might happen on the way too. What if you get delayed somewhere?
Oh yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah. That happened to me once with my coral beauty. We bought him across the river, and our car broke down after we crossed the border, and we were
Oh
out there waiting for
no!
CAA for like 2 hours,
Oh
three
no!
hours, and I'm like freaking out. And
Yeah,
finally, but you know what? He was fine. They did a good job of packing him and put lots of oxygen in. But oh my
yeah,
God, it was like 5 hours before. Mind
yeah,
you, I had a lot of my fish shipped, so they've come on in no problem as well.
yeah. And when you think of it that way, it. You maybe I'm being a little too cautious. I don't know, but
Hey, if you can do it, I would better be safe than sorry and do
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Because
True
I got one
enough.
of those battery. They're loud. Aren't those things loud?
They're awful, and I put it on top of the bucket, and I always now try to put a piece of silicone or something underneath
Yeah.
because that's gotta disturb
Vibrates.
the fish, that horrible vibrating. They must know, like, they must be able to hear it. I can't imagine they wouldn't or even feel it, right?
Yeah, well, that's when my pumps start making like beep beep noises. It's time to clean them, and I'm thinking they must be going insane in there, hearing
Uh-huh.
this constant of the pump, pulsing, and I'm like,
Right?
because they
Yeah.
got to hear that stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and once I put my phone I had a underwater phone case, so I put it underneath, and man, does it ever sound different under there. But you
Does it?
can hear the power heads.
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah,
Well, I guess it's no different than the ocean with all the ships going around and
yeah. Only
submarines and
it's
people
worse for them. Yeah,
scuba diving and
yeah,
whatever.
yeah. That's talking of the flame hawk. That is the next fish on my list. I was supposed to pick up a gold rim tang, white cheek, the
Oh, nice.
Acanthurus nigricans. However, he didn't make it.
Oh.
So,
Yeah, I
yeah.
want another flame hawk. I want a red fish and a blue fish.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
red fish, blue fish, one fish, two fish.
that's right. So I'm gonna call around and see if anybody has a flame hawk. I'm just waiting for the fish store, to Big Al's, to get another order in, and he said he'll try and get them in again. They're just so, I don't know. It's so hard to bring them through the shipping, I think.
Yeah,
And if
yeah,
I can't get one this time, I might just say, you know what, forget it.
yeah,
Because I'm going to have 4 tangs in here anyway with the Tomini tang,
yeah.
and the Acanthurus tangs are so prone to ick. Um, like I
Which
just,
which ones are those? The
oh,
powder?
like the powder blue, the powder
Yeah,
brown,
yeah,
the Achilles,
yeah,
the white cheek. I don't know if the old orange shoulder tang is an Acanthurus. I can't remember. Um,
yeah. Those are
yeah,
beautiful fish, but yeah, they're very twitchy.
yep.
So
Or
they get
maybe
spooked and scared pretty easily, and they and
it's
they
it's
they stress themselves out.
yeah, or even um, a naso tang. I think I could get away with a naso. I don't know that I could get away with a naso elegans, that the blonde,
Right.
because they get that little bit bigger. I don't know that I want to do a 10 or 12-inch fish in here.
Yeah,
It
that's
just
huge.
it is big. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Queen City Reefs and more. Hey, 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 having issues with my PC, or I would have joined via the link. Yeah, technology is great until it isn't, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Tony Close says, schooling bannerfish is now on my wish list. Awesome.
Yeah, I might have to get another one, a smaller one, and start again. He's just getting a little too big.
Yeah, and I wonder if part of it too is because of his top fin there, if it makes him look like he takes up more space.
That's possible. It's funny. One day, my mother, my mama clown. I call her Mama Clown. My first fish I ever had. She's blind, right? She's
Uh-huh.
blind in both eyes.
Yep.
So I have to hand feed her with the pipette. She knows where to come on the top of the tank when it's all
Hmm.
pumps go off, and I suck up the mysis, and she gets her food that way. Well, because she's blind, she couldn't see, and Piggy there was in the way, and I see her about 5 minutes later, and there's this big white thing sticking out of the clown's mouth. I'm going, what the hell? She bit the fin off the top of him, the
Oh,
bannerfish. She
oh
couldn't see. She
no.
thought it was, I guess she just felt it brush her lips and thought, ooh, food.
Yeah,
It grew back though. It grew back.
yeah, it's funny. Queen City says, I love my bannerfish. He cleared my tank of Aptasia and is a beautiful fish for sure. Yeah,
I don't have aptasia, but that's good to know.
it is good to know. I always thought the copper band was your only choice when it came to that, and they're
Yeah,
just
me
so,
too.
so hard to keep.
Yeah. They're
Yeah, I
hard to
don't have
keep
any.
and
Go ahead.
oh, I said they're hard to keep and if you have any kind of an aggressive-ish fish, like just a territorial fish that could really
Yep.
stress them out again, and then they stop eating and die. And their collection is um, some people say they get collected with cyanide, and
Yeah.
that doesn't make them live very long.
Yeah.
Doesn't let them live very long.
Yeah. I have no desire to try and keep fish that are tricky,
Yeah,
because I just figure if I buy it, I'm supporting the market that
yeah,
collects them when they really should stay in the ocean.
yeah,
As tempting as it is, because some of them are pretty spectacular,
yeah,
I just don't. I'm starting to feel that way about large polyp corals too, like the scolies and cinerina and all of that kind of stuff.
yeah,
I just don't think I can keep them long term. I don't have whatever it takes to do that. So I'm not going to continue. I've got 1 or 2 now that seem to be doing okay, and I'll do my best to make sure they stay healthy. But much as I love them, I just don't. I don't want to take the risk anymore.
yeah, yeah. Well, I kind of gave up on, like, didn't even bother with them because I was having issues even a couple of years ago, having issues keeping like even LPS corals.
Yeah.
And And now I've got some testers in there that have lived longer than any before. So I'm like,
Yep.
yay! Now I think and it's part of its stability because
Yep.
this tank has been set up since the end of 2018. So it's 4 years, and everything's balanced, high but balanced. And
Yep.
now I'm just dealing with a little bit of low pH, and I'm going to try to fix that a little bit. I'm not chasing a number. I'm
Yep.
not going. I just want to get it above 7.8. So
Yeah. I feel the same way. I don't have any desire to push my pH into outrageous ranges
yeah,
because I don't know how to maintain it at those levels without taking risks that I don't want to take.
yeah,
And
yeah,
I just feel like I know myself, and if there's any chance that I could make a mistake that's going to risk everything, I'm not doing it. I'm just
yeah,
going to be quite happy with normal seawater ranges.
yep. Me too.
Except for magnesium, I like to keep it a little high because I think
Yeah,
it
me too.
benefits a lot of things. But
Yeah, I keep mine around. Try to keep mine over 1400.
yeah,
I think the Zoas like it that way too.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And plus, my Duncan uh, also tells me when my magnesium isn't at least 1350 because it doesn't open up as nicely.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had my Duncan since when did I get him? Early this year, and all the heads are still there. I'm like, yes, finally I got it. And I have a hammer coral that doesn't look. It's not bailing. And I'm like, this
Yeah,
is it. This is good.
yeah,
Always
it's
good.
hard. I discovered by accident that my hammer coral likes really low light and only a little bit of flow.
Yeah.
Because I always thought I wasn't giving it enough light. And so I moved it into more light when I put it in this tank, and it wouldn't open. And it wasn't that it was in different water because I just moved it from downstairs to upstairs. So I put it in the back corner temporarily until I figured out where I was going to put it. And the next thing I knew, the thing looks like it's actually growing.
Yeah, that's
So I
good.
just left it there.
Yeah, mine's it's not super, but the lights are starting to go down now. It's not super big. It was only in one hand. It was a trade with a local guy that I traded an Ironman mushroom for.
Mm-hmm.
So it was small to start with. So it's just if it gets a little bit bigger, that'll be okay.
Well, my Duncan colony is about the size of a honeydew melon now overall.
Oh, I know. I saw yours. It's beautiful.
And
Mine's kind of
well, I don't
small.
know if you remember me putting it in the tank. I had to rotate it because a bunch of it died off underneath from not getting enough light when it was downstairs. So I rotated it, and the front part of it looked like really sparse, and now it's starting to fill in.
Oh, good.
So I'm really pleased about that because
What light do you keep it? How light? How much light do you put on that? On your
let me get
Duncan?
my power map, and I can tell you. That has roughly 160. No, that's not right. Back here, around 140 par, which I consider medium light.
Right. Yeah.
Even though it's near the top of the tank, it's offset from the main panel light that's back there.
Right.
So even though that is pretty bright when it's like shining straight down, where the Duncan is kind of on an angle behind it, and it has a bar light almost directly above it. One of the Orfec OR3s, OR2, right above it. And it's, around 140 par-ish, so medium light, and it really seems to like good flow. I had always thought low flow, but it really seems to be growing a lot of new heads, I think, in the flow. I don't know if it stimulates it or I don't know.
I got to move mine. It's on this side. Where's my hand? There it is. On this side is like it's sort of facing away, facing the side.
Yeah.
And the top ones are much happier, and they're almost under. Well, they're just offset of the prime.
Yeah.
But I don't think I have enough flow there. I'm gonna try something different.
Yeah.
Because it's got some small heads that they're not dying, but they're just not opening very much. It's hard to see in this blue light.
It does look healthy. It looks healthy though.
Yeah, it's doing good. I'm really happy. I really like it.
Nice. Anthony Close says, Cathy, how long have you been reefing? What got you into it?
I started my first tank in 2014, so that would be 8 years. Yes,
Yep.
my math
Yep.
is good. I had a cichlid tank, freshwater cichlids, and one day I just said, I want to try saltwater, and it was my birthday, and so off to the fish store we went, and I did the cycle, and I did the whole shrimp in the water cycle, and
Yep.
waited a month and testing every 3 days, and finished the cycle, and then when that something just happened here. What is going on?
We can hear you still. It kind of went a little
Okay.
bit. You're back.
Yeah, then my volume, it did something weird. And then I added my 2 clownfish, and I was doing fish only, live rock. I started with dry rock, and then it got live, which is 90% of this rock is the same original rock.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very diverse. And then I had a sump made from a guy in Welland, and he had corals, and I went, oh, that's kind of cool. And he goes, well, here, take a Kenya tree, take a Kenya, and that's downhill from there. So yeah, I started off with the 2 clownfish and just live rock, and I had a couple of really cool fish, but they perished in that oxygen deprivation thing.
Yeah.
I have old pictures of it in my old tank. I look at it and go, oh my gosh, I had this giant pillar of rock, and I look back and it's like, holy cow.
Yeah. You know how much you learned. When I look at my 29-gallon, that thing was just a swamp when it came to cyano, algae. Like, it took me a long time to get that thing decently cleared out. And, that's where you learn that if you can't do nutrients, maybe you need a lawnmower blenny, or, if you have some sort of pest, people always go, oh, put a RAS in. Well, what if you only have a 29-gallon tank?
Yeah, exactly.
And like, there are certain treatments or certain options you just don't have. And I've never been one to just add a fish in thinking of it as being temporary.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it's always, okay, this fish is going to come and live with all of my other fish. Are they going to be a good community? Are they going to be peaceful? What am I going to do with it long term when it grows? All that kind of stuff. That it's always a huge, huge decision for me because it's risky,
Yeah. I like I said, I went through a couple of bad bouts of various fish diseases early on, and I'm so kind of fish gun shy. That when I get one, I can't just add fish like every week or every other week or every month or something like that, because I'm scared.
Yeah.
I don't want to go through what I went through, a few years ago.
Exactly. Marcus Aerolis is asking where the xenia was that you trimmed. You can't see it.
Yeah, it's trimmed.
Is it totally gone?
No, I have pieces of it all over the place, but the stuff that was growing, encroaching on the rocks, I got rid of it. Like, it had spread onto the rocks, but I still have tons of it. I have some here and growing on the back wall. I got some over there and a big colony over there. I'll always keep it. I really love it. So I'll always keep that in my cespitularia, which I'll always have because I really love those corals.
Yeah, I want to come up with a way to put some somewhere that's not going to take over everything. I was thinking
you just have to watch it. You just have to watch it. If you see it, get your tweezers out and just peel it off. That's what I do.
Yeah. My husband convinced me to get some, and I did, and put it in, well, it was Mollywood at the time, and it absolutely loved it in there. And I think there is still one small clump, and that piece of rock is now in my system in the 150 because we swapped the rocks. Long story, I'm not going to go into it, but we put it in there, and it's covered with green hairy mushrooms, and I'm trying to think of a way to get them off and take them into the fish store because they're expensive. Like
Mm-hmm.
they seem to sell for a lot of money.
They do.
And I don't care if I even get like $5 a piece for them. It's
Yeah.
all money that goes towards my, you know, when I want to buy those gold flakes when they're available.
Yeah. Throwing corals out breaks my heart.
Oh,
But Xenia, unfortunately, just like gardening, you've got to trim the weeds,
yep.
and and to me, it's not a weed if you can manicure it and keep it under control.
Yeah,
So
keep
people who
it
say
for
it's a weed,
yeah.
I appreciate that, but I don't think it's a weed. I think it's a beautiful coral.
Yep. It is a beautiful coral, and it's one of those things just like having a garden with a
Yeah,
plant that's invasive. If
yeah,
you can manage it, you can still enjoy how beautiful it is if you can keep it under control and not killing other beautiful things, you know?
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Plus, you had a Xenia fuge at one point, and that worked really, really well. But I got tired of it, so I took it out.
Yeah, because xenia does consume nitrate, does it not?
Yep,
Yeah.
absolutely. Not
Yep.
as fast as say like a macro algae,
No, no, no.
but it does do something because it. I think my nutrients dropped and it started to wither away, and I just let it wither away, and that was the end of that Xenia
Yeah,
fuge. And then I changed my sump around and changed where and put my Chaeto in a different spot and
yeah,
moved my skimmer around and stuff like that.
yeah. It's a constant thing, just like a garden. You're
Yep,
always doing something,
yep.
never really done.
Never really done. Tomorrow, like I said, water change day and clean the pump, the power head, and that's it.
Well, my
That's all.
day,
That's a, like 2 3 hour job, like changing
yeah,
the water out.
exactly. Well, I can't believe when I go downstairs to do a few things like my regular daily things in the sump, an hour later I'm still down there puttering.
You've got a lot of stuff down there.
I know I do. It's crazy. It's just crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really putter too much down there, but I do my water change from there.
Yeah.
So once I'm there, I stay there, I clean the skimmer, do all the other stuff. Yeah, it's not a pretty place.
I do my best not to leave stuff all over the floor, but I have to say, I love that it's the basement floor, it's concrete, and when I take my hands out of the tank and there's water everywhere, I don't even bother to wipe it up anymore. Like if I
Yeah.
spill water, that's different, but if it's just dripping off my hands and my arms, I just leave it, let it dry. It. I'm sure I'll
Yeah.
have to wash it at some time, at some point, because salt water is sticky when it dries, but yeah.
It can also eat concrete though, hey?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, we keep it away from the crack. I
Yeah.
will say that. There is of course, every basement has a crack in the floor.
Yes, of course.
Andrew Hudson says a mushroom might let go of the rock if you put a power head facing directly at it. I'm going to try it. Yeah, that's a good idea. I might do that.
Yes, that's true because I've had lot when my flow always changes, and I had some area where there were mushrooms and there was a ton of flow there, and they all let go and
Yep.
floated around. That's why they're all over the place now. So yeah, that's a really good idea.
Yeah. And Anthony says, reef keeping's a long journey. Lucky we now have YouTube to fall back on. Oh, my experience changed completely 180 when I discovered that I could find things out on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yep. And early, like really early on, it was pretty easy to tell people who didn't know what the heck they were talking about versus people who really did.
Yeah.
And I'm not so sure anymore. I usually now when I watch YouTube, it's people I follow to either learn something or really be entertained.
Yeah.
And I don't have a lot of time to watch things that don't contribute to my experience of the hobby.
Yeah.
I just don't have the time.
Yeah. Well, my first videos were the old BRS setting up a reef tank videos with where they show you and that's where I got most of my information from it.
Yep.
They're old, like they're really old videos.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and I'm a little tired of the selling type videos.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. I
but
agree.
I've been watching now. They've got Reef Stock Dallas this weekend, and then there's Aquashella Dallas this weekend, and then
Yep.
Reefstock Australia and Reefapalooza Anaheim next weekend. So I'm binging on all these people going to these shows since I can't go.
Yeah, I
I'm like,
agree with
oh, I'm so jelly.
yeah, that's fun. And I can hardly wait till the show. At least Niagara comes back.
I don't know if it's coming back.
Well, I who knows, right? And
Yeah,
London, there was some talk, but I haven't heard.
yeah,
Kitchener KW is done as far as I know.
yeah. And I would go all the way to London just to go to a show if I could.
Yeah,
Yeah, we need something here in Toronto or anywhere close by. I don't know. We'll
yeah,
see.
yeah. Born to be a shooter, Josh. Hey, Josh, finally solved my mushroom problems. Nitrates too low. Started dosing neonitro, and within a week, they're reopening double the size they were They were a week ago. So happy. Plus, got a 10-inch acro colony for $100 today. Holy smokes! I
Oh,
don't even know
wow.
where I would put that. And Marcus Aerolas, yes, it works. Can be hard to get it to stick back to something. Well, here's what I do. I put some coarse sand in the bottom of a plastic container. I drop the mushroom in, and I put a plastic canvas lid over the top. I put it somewhere near the top of the tank that I can see it. In fact, in the observation tank, I have two little sort of breeder boxes that I keep Chaetomorpha in, and it confines it, and there's still flow because there's slots in the sides and all of that. So I set my mushroom container in there on an angle so it gets a little bit of flow through the plastic canvas, and I just leave it. And within a week or so, if you flip it over, it has rubble stuck to it. And then you just put a tiny bit of glue on the rubble, put it on whatever you want to stick it to, and put it back in there. And then
But not
before
in a
long,
high flow area.
that's right. I put it exactly where I had it before, only this time it's got a rock under it. And the rubble that the foot has grasped is stuck to the rock. And within maybe a week or so, the rest of the foot starts to grab onto the rock. So it's not like an overnight thing. It's not like just gluing a piece of skeleton onto something and you're done. It takes a while, but that works the best for me.
Yeah, I usually pile up my shells in the corner, and
Yep,
this is a dead corner, and they start attaching to shells, and then
yep,
if I or give them away or sell them or whatever,
yep,
because I have nowhere room for mushrooms either.
yep.
So
That's a good idea. DC Reefer, I wonder why nobody ever made a large all-in-one tank. I'm talking 300 to 400 gallons with large enough baffles to fit the larger skimmers, reactors, etc. I think you could do that if you had enough space. I think it's the footprint more than anything that would probably restrict that. And for me, a 30-inch tank, if you did a 30-inch tank to get the water volume in a smaller footprint, I would never be able to have that because I could never reach the bottom. So for somebody like me, that's why mine is 21 inches, because I can actually reach the bottom, not everywhere, but yeah. Hey, Skinner JW. Hey, guys, my sun-kissed bounce mushrooms get blasted with flow all day and they like it. I'm going to have to remember that. Hey, Casey Wagner. DC Reefer, you make it. You be the first. Casey Wagner. Birthday's Monday, and I got a $175 gift certificate for Frag Box. Got some goodies coming. Nice.
yeah, I watched
Brian?
their video of the Aussie shipment they got in. I'm like, oh,
Yep. Yep.
beautiful stuff.
Well, that's where my red maize brain came from. Was
Oh,
that thing is like fire. It's they should have called it magma red or something. It's really nice. Yeah. Brian's Aquariums. Hey, Brian's Aquariums. I went to Aquashella Dallas today. I got to meet Remy from Bahamalama Coral, Brian Barshik, George from Coralfish 12G, and Sanjay Yoshi. Amazing day.
oh,
Nice.
jealous.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And Skinner JW, I place rubble all in around my shrooms. They spread onto it. That's a really good idea, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And
Little
Marcus,
pieces of rock too.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And the other thing is with mushrooms, they won't attach to some rock. like whatever the texture or I don't know, things they don't seem to really like it sometimes.
Mm.
And then they let go. Or you think they're on there, but when you look at them and they're closed up and half of the foot is not attached anymore, and yeah.
Yeah, true.
Well, Alex is here, so I think I'm going to bring Alex in.
Yes, because I am going to. I'm going to say arrivederci, and I'll follow in on the chat.
Okay.
But thanks for having me again.
I'm so glad you came in because it's always good to get updates. I mean, we don't think much goes on in a week or two, but things change. So awesome. And I get to see Bob swimming around, being a good boy.
He's got to stay. His name has to stay Bob, though.
That's fine. I'm okay with that. Okay, I haven't named any of my fish yet except for Chunk.
Oh, I name all my fish except for 3 of them. The Molly is just yellow Molly, little clownfish, and clear wrasse. Everybody else has a name.
Yep.
So, all righty. Okay. Let's talk to you later. Bye, everyone.
Thanks, Cathy. Good night. Or I mean, bye for now.
Okay.
All right. Where did Alex go? There he is. Hi. You're muted.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay.
Hey, Cindy, I got something cool I want to show you.
Okay. Oh, you're not going to rub your hand on that, are you?
No.
Oh, my God. So
500 square feet of fiberglass ready to go.
Oh, my goodness. What's the blue tape? Is that where it's going, or?
Yeah, that's my numbering system, so I don't boo-boo where it goes.
Okay.
So.
Nice. Yeah, I've been watching on Instagram, and it's like your progress is accelerated now. And Keith, my husband, for everybody who doesn't know who Keith is, he said he wondered if you were on vacation or had some time off work, that you just seem to be making so much progress.
Well, really, the hardest part is, and I'm not going to, well, I'll get you in the tent right now. I just layered down resin on on all the sides and corners in preparation for the first layer. But that beam back there, the 24-foot beam, that was not so fun doing the fiberglass on that. It's probably harder to do those than the giant bottom of the tank.
Wow. Oh, hey, Andrew Hudson. He said it's the middle of the night here, so I will see the rest on catch up. Thanks for coming by, Andrew. Yeah, you're in the UK. It's middle of the night. Okay. Yeah, I can imagine. And I mean, do you get anybody to help you hoist those things around, or like how do you manage them?
I talk to my right and left arms before I lift them.
You get a beer if you do this right.
Not till long after, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We don't want to be having beers while we're doing this work. We might make boo-boos. So
that would be a different kind of Instagram post.
Yeah. No, today I got a lot done because while you could see the backside of the 24-foot beam, and so to give everyone an idea, there's 2 layers of fiberglass on each one of these. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I'll go to my beams that are sitting in the stairwell.
Oh my goodness.
So these are the first 4 that I did. So these are good to go. 2 layers of fiberglass on each beam.
Yeah.
On 3 sides.
That's the resin, right?
It's resin and fiberglass on it.
So it is the fabric or whatever.
There's chop strand mat and then woven cloth over the top.
Okay. Wow.
So, and it looks a little rough because it all got sanded before being brought down here.
Yeah.
So everything got sanded with these. I did 40 grit sandpaper.
Uh-huh.
So you can see a 12-foot beam sits in here no problem. So if I have to bring the glass in this way, which I don't want to, it can fit technically.
Yeah, and they're straight too. I don't see any wobbles in them.
I hope not, because I can't fix it anymore.
No, and like this is laminated out of a bunch of pieces of wood, right?
Yep. So Yeah, so you could see here. I'll flip
Right.
one of
Wow.
the end ones. So these are the ends, the 6-foot ends. So technically, these are just a little under 4-inch by 4-inch solid chunks of wood that are laminated plywood
Yeah.
with faceboard of pine.
Mm-hmm.
So they're a little chunky. They're not what I would call lightweight.
Wow.
So, but yeah, so there's 2 layers of fiberglass on each side. So the beams downstairs, I finally refined my technique because honestly, these are harder to do than the bottom of the tank has been so far.
I bet.
Because I literally have prepped all the fiberglass and I almost kept going today, and I almost had fiberglass in today to start.
Mm-hmm.
But with these beams, I have to tape everything off, make pieces of fiberglass for each side in both types.
Mm-hmm.
So each one of these beams, that's 12 pieces, 6 pieces per. So, you're talking 24 pieces of fiberglass have to be cut. Then you gotta put wood filler on here, sand the wood filler. Then you gotta resin coat the wood without fiberglass. Then you could do your chop strand mat. And then you can't do all sides at once, as that doesn't work out well, as I found out. It was a nice thought to try and do it at once, but it really screws things up. The best way I found to do this really is you have to go one side at a time,
Mm-hmm.
both layers down. And then once both layers are down, then you got to trim the excess off each side. So, when you think about that, you got each beam has 2 sides. So really you've got to make trimming 6 times
Mm-hmm.
on each one of these beams for the whole length of it. So to trim for the 24-foot and 30-foot beams, that was over one full pass on 2 sides of it's over 100 feet.
Wow.
And I had to do that, so 24 plus 30 times 6. That's how many times I had to do it with an abrasive blade on the vibrating saw was the only, that was the best tool I could find to do the job.
Wow.
And literally I got to be in a full body suit.
I pictured you with titanium scissors just going along and no.
That for the dry fiberglass, yeah, that's exactly what I use.
Yeah. Hey, Robert Ward, hi from Scotland. Nice of you to come by. Yeah, that's something else. And okay, so here's a question. Do you let yourself think about how much work that is before you start it? Or do you just look back on it?
I will say the fiberglass work I knew was going to be labor intensive, not this labor intensive.
Yeah.
On the plus side of it, I only have another theoretical 84 feet to trim excess on for the whole perimeter. And now that I've refined the technique pretty good, even on the 24-foot and 30-foot beams, I only have one patch I have to do right now.
Wow.
So,
so if you, what's the quality of the trimmed edge like? Do you have to go back after and sand that to smooth it off?
Well, because of the way the glass is going to sit on it, the edge itself, as long as everything's flat, I'll give a good example here. So the glass is going to be coming up here 2 inches. So as long as get something on me, dirt. As long as this surface here is flat, it could have a slight variation because there'll be spacers on here. But as long as this is flat, this edge here could technically go down or up a little bit. It's not going to hurt anything.
Right.
Because the glass rests right here, and then this is threaded rod, and then this is the top of the beam, so this is just going to get epoxied anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So it's you'll never get it absolutely perfect. I mean, that's just not how it works.
I was just wondering how picky you have to be because, of course, all of that finishing adds time.
I'm pretty picky. So,
yeah, I mean, you're naturally picky to begin with when it comes to when you do your work. And I was just curious about, like, if you ever snap one day and you go, "F this, I'm not doing it anymore," if you could get away with it.
Well, I'm definitely not going to be able to break one of these if I tried. I know that much.
Yeah.
If anything, if I tried to break one of these with a hammer, it'd probably bounce back and hit me in the face or something. And then I'd be going, the aquarium hurt me.
Yeah, that's right. Getting its revenge. Oh, hi, Lynn, Reef Nerd. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
But yeah, so all 6 beams are at this stage now where more or less the only thing they have is maybe some final sanding, because like I have pocket hole jig screw holes here.
Mm-hmm.
For attaching to the other beams on other sides. So the tape will have to get removed. I might have to do a little bit of grinding or sanding just to get the tape off.
Right.
So, but I mean, it just takes time.
And will you do that when they're in place, or do you have to do that before you put them where they're going to go?
So now that these are fiberglass, the next thing I have to do is coat them all in Pond Armor epoxy on all sides.
Huh.
So now that's when the next stage of fun begins. So yeah, I'll take all the tape off then, because I'm gonna do an ultra thin coat of Pond Armor probably on these spots so I don't fill the holes.
Right.
So I'll probably leave it till the very last coat, and like this beam, I'll do final assembly. And then I'll do Pond Armor on all the seams and everything too.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
So,
yeah.
The only one, I don't know which beam it is. Hold on. This beam right here will not be permanently installed until the glass comes in, because I have to have this beam out when the glass comes at this moment, because it's the one facing the window.
Right.
So. But yeah, so it'll get Pond Armor on the backside too, and the same thing on the inside here. This is all going to get Pond Armor epoxy too, since it's in the splash zone.
Mm-hmm.
So,
holy smokes! Hey, Sammy31D, welcome. Wow.
So I am just 500 plus square feet of fiberglass away from another fun round of sanding and grinding in my super fun Tyvek suit. Yay.
Yeah, I can imagine how many times you have to change clothes when you spend all day in that.
I'm trying to think. I think I'm only at 2 showers today because I did some really long sessions. But basically, after every round of this, I go and take a shower to rinse off to make sure that, and I don't, the clothes that I'm using for this, they are going to be thrown away.
Yeah.
Because there's fiberglass all over them, and I'm not putting that through my washing and my washer and dryer.
And you'll never get it all out because it's going to permeate the fibers.
You can't. I got 2 vacuums right here, and like I have been, every time I get in and out of the tent, I vacuum vigorously in here to get all the fiberglass, before it gets ground into the carpet. So,
yeah.
But yeah, so it's a time-consuming process.
Well, and so how long have you been into it now? When was, I guess, well, you moved into your house in December of 20?
Yep, early December 2020.
Yeah, and because I remember we moved here early November 2020. And then you pretty much started working on your fish room like almost right away.
Within 1 week of moving in.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're coming up to 2 years now. I can relate. Sometimes I look back and I can't believe the last time my Red Sea tank ran, was fully like up and running, was in April of 2020, was it? Yeah, no, that's not right. Was March of 2020. And before that, we had the holding tank running and cycling. And that's when I started moving everything over, when we had to empty that room so we could sell the house. So it's been over 2 years since I had that tank, and I just can't believe it. Oh, what do we got in here? Food?
Oh yeah, I just found the fish. Sorry, I'm cheating and holding a pair of glasses up.
No, that's okay.
So
NSB Reef says, I work in boat manufacturing. I know the struggle. Wow.
yeah, I don't envy anyone that has to wear those suits for a full work shift. So, but on a separate note, I did another water change on the reef on the fish system. So I had a couple of corals weren't looking super happy. So I did the change. Things, they more or less have stayed the same or perked up. I got one leather coral that has made it through all this nasty stuff, and it's finally dying. I just feel at this point, whatever the issues were early on in the system, if a coral was affected by it, it's going downhill. It's probably not coming back.
Yeah.
So, well, we'll see though. They got my ICP test. I'm literally waiting for the email to say, check your results. So,
Oh, yeah. Yep.
I'm really, really keeping my fingers crossed that I don't see some ridiculously high zinc level, because I'm running out of things to do.
Yeah, no kidding.
So, we'll see though. But I mean, a lot of the corals seem to be doing okay, and I got a couple new pieces. I got a new leather and a little Gorgonian to try out. So, I mean, it's just the time thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I have 3 toadstools in here right now. One of the long tentacle green ones, the Tyree, that thing I've had for, oh man, 5 or 6 years. And it's a baby from the original one. And then I have a couple weepy toadstools in here. And other than that, I don't have any leathers. I've got a couple Gorgonians, one new one that I got this week, plus the Corky Sea Finger. And I've got.
Let me try walking over here. If my signal dies, I'll walk back real quick.
Okay. So I mean, it's a mixed reef, but I'm probably light on the softies. I've got a few mushrooms. Well, I've got the arch, which I absolutely love.
Still hearing me?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, hold on. I gotta grab something to put the. Yeah, crap. Now that it's working, I'm like, this isn't exactly how this is supposed to play out here. Here, you can work. All right.
Aha.
You see Miss Stabby?
Is she yellow?
Yeah, right in. On.
I'm looking.
Hold on. Let me try and do this the right way here. Settings, camera.
Yeah, Marcus says with the weird heat, if you don't have air conditioning, it won't cure right either. Talking about the fiberglass, I think.
Okay.
Okay, I can see her eyes, I think.
All right.
Yep, there she is.
I'm one test kit shy here of the right height. I got a piece of shrimp in my hand and a test kit in the sink.
You need a shoebox with a couple slots cut in it on an angle that you can rest your phone on.
All right, here we go. All right, let me feed her. She knows the sound of the lid coming off.
Oh, here, let me put you up full screen.
There we go.
Okay, here she comes. Wow. That was fast.
All right, let me just grab my hands off and I'll grab the camera here.
Yep.
All right.
Nice.
Okay, well, we'll put these back so I don't lose them.
Yeah, after seeing Cathy's Valentini puffer, I'm very tempted because I do like puffer fish. I've just never had one, and I'm always worried that I'm not going to be able to look after it properly. But she's had good success with it, with feeding clams on the half shell and stuff like that. Seems to be keeping it
Oh, I
healthy.
mean, like
I might
this?
think about it. Yeah, I might think about it.
I like the shells too.
Does he? Oh, he spits them out. So he
Oh
chews them
no,
up.
he's got about half that shell in his mouth.
Wow. And
He'll
do
swallow it.
they swallow it? And then when they poop it out, is it like in real tiny pieces, or does he
Yeah.
regurgitate?
It's a very important part of a puffer's digestive system that they're getting carapace or something hard in there.
Right.
So, and clams on the half shell are the favorite.
Yeah. Sammy31D just finished installing the new Apex Pro on his Waterbox 140 at the shop. Super cool. Nice. And Marcus is saying, was that a hitchhiker?
Oh no, the LFS had one just like my original Miss Stabby Stabby, and I was like, bag it up.
Yep. Taking it home.
Don't know if you guys can hear the crunching sound, but
Oh, this is encouraging me. I would consider getting maybe not a porcupine because I don't have the water volume for that, but I don't know, maybe a Valentini or one of the smaller ones.
oh, they will eat anything that's an invert, and they do taste things.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
but
yeah, that's the only problem because I do have my red blood shrimp. Talk about a shrimp living a long time. We moved him with the 90, with the stuff into the 90 in like March of 2020. And then we moved him from there into downstairs a year and a half ago, and we moved him up here. So it's I've had him for at least 2 years, possibly 3. And he's been through a couple moves and I still have him. So I would really hate to lose him to a puffer or, another.
yeah, and they'll sometimes leave them alone. I mean, my last 720, I had a cleaner shrimp in there. It couldn't come out from underneath the rock.
Yeah. Well, and the blood shrimp lives under the one rock at the back, and the others all go by there and get their regular cleanings. So, oh, hey, Mike Hessel. Hello, Reefers. Greets from Germany. Thanks for coming by. Marcus Aerolus says they can be a pain to quarantine. Yeah, I'm imagining how messy the water would be.
Well, if you desire more nitrates and phosphates,
Well, there you
I'm still dosing them in here, and I mean, you could see the massacre ground of clams that are down here.
Yeah.
Oh, don't go get no. I have to get. I've decided that in the next few weeks I'm going to have to get another tank made in here because the Angel is getting a little nippy.
Oh.
Not real bad, but the puffer just gets annoyed. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking I might get like maybe maybe some kind of trigger, like not ultra aggressive trigger fish, or maybe a rabbit fish or something else.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only 3 fish in this 150. There's plenty of space.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
it just, yeah, I know, buddy. You're in the Angels territory now, so I don't have much mercy for you now. And you went in its cave. That's not going to end well either. The pupper's home is this whole little space. So
Yeah.
that angel's going to come back and just be like, you need to move.
No.
I added more rock in here, which seems to have cut it down quite a bit. So they don't seem quite as upset. So, but yeah, a lot of times if the angel's getting real, if it's not clams on the half shell, a lot of times I'll feed at night when the lights go out, so the puffer can have a big meal.
Yeah.
So, which, well, I guess the Spanish hog wants that piece of clam.
They're so fascinating.
I can't believe how much this guy's grown since I got him.
Yeah.
So, it's just a gorgeous fish. I can't wait to get him into 1,400 gallons.
No kidding. As Sammy 31D said, I kept a pork for many years. Absolutely the most character of any fish I've had. Coral bug was stronger though.
Well, that's why the dual display happens. And then I have my fun live rock algae experiment, which I probably should do something with this tank other than just keep throwing food at it. I think I'm gonna start moving some of this live rock into the refugium tank, and then just exchanging some pieces, and then the mantis that's in the 100 gallons gonna get moved in here.
Yeah.
So I can start. Oh wow, yeah, there's a lot of algae in here.
But it's so satisfying when it comes off in big sheets like that.
Well, and with this tank, it's been more about just letting it grow and see what happens without any intervention to speak of.
Yeah.
I've really been interested to just have fun with it and just say, all right, I'm not gonna do anything aggressive in this tank. There was one snail in here. I don't know where it's at, but it's still alive.
Hey, Lisa, glad you could make it. Lisa DiMercurio is wondering what fish you're planning on putting in the fiberglass tank. So I think that's where it's the two sections, the reef safe section and the predator section, or the non-reef safe fish section.
Yeah, so from here to here, which will be 6 foot by 12 foot, with 33 inches of water, that is the big fish non-reef safe section. So angels, puffers, triggers, large wrasses, maybe more aggressive damsels or pseudochromis.
Yeah.
They're all going to go in here. I'm not doing. No plans to do eels or no groupers. There's a few other things I might consider in here, but it's just going to be a lot of the non-reef safe stuff. Some butterflies in here maybe that aren't coral obligates, and then all reef safe stuff in here. And then there's a pretty good chance that there'll be sharks or rays added to this section.
Nice.
So, but only ones that it's an adequate size for them. So they'll still be smaller benthic sharks and rays.
Mm-hmm.
So
cool.
Are you getting itchy yet?
Yes. Back of my neck. Skinner JW says, Alex, get a baby manatee. I'd be surprised if that was legal.
There's no way this would even be close. It'd be like putting it's like putting a clownfish in a fishbowl. So That's not an animal that I would desire to try and keep in captivity. That's more of a zoo thing.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, oh, it's gonna be such a mess to clean all this fun junk up.
Oh yeah. But I mean, right now you can't tidy it up because you probably know exactly where everything is that you need.
Oh yeah, I know where all the stuff is on that bench.
Yep. I'm the same. That's how I run my house. If I
The-
tidy up, I'm lost for days
The,
until I
the
can.
sad thing, Cindy, is it's spilled over to the tops of the buckets now. So I got to know what bucket top it's on now. But
Well, I can relate to that. There's never enough flat surfaces everywhere
yeah.
when you're right in the middle of doing something.
Well, a lot of this is going to be nearing an end because once the fiberglass and the pond armor is done in here, there's not a ton of work to do inside the tank. I still need to. The next phase of this, I've already decided I'm going to get the interior done. So I've already got my return lines roughed in, which they're sitting on the floor right now. So
saltwater crock. Okay.
And then my lovely J hangers that are all sized up, ready to go. So
yep.
That'll go back up. I need to run my electrical and get that going. And I need to make light racks. And then also, of course, I can't do it really well now. I kind of need to put FRP boards on every one of these spaces and get those sealed in too.
Right.
So, yeah, so I got a fair amount of interior work to get done. And then once all that's complete, then I got to make all my canopy doors, put a facade on all this to give it a nice furniture grade finish. So that I think that's going to be the last thing, other than when glass shows up.
Yeah.
So final measurements for glass will happen once the waterproofing's all done.
Cool. Marcus Aerolis says a lot, where I guess we're talking about puffers, a lot of them are collected from estuaries, so there's a lot of problems you can run into, and they're sensitive to typical, I assume, quarantine methods. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, they don't really do well with copper-based mud, so usually with them, I that's why I'm gonna get the 100-gallon going here. So
yeah.
Everybody new will be coming in here. So I just gotta. I think that's why I'm gonna move the mantis out pretty soon here, so that I can get some other fish going in here and slowly start a cycle of putting new fish in the system.
Yep. Marcus Aerolis says messes are indicative of genius. Yeah, I believe that. Good excuse anyway, right?
But yeah, on the bright side, some things are doing really well. That crazy looking chalice right there has been growing like a little weed.
Yeah.
The free care, which this is a survivor from the move, is actually getting color back and growing a bit. And then that war coral's growing like a weed.
Yep.
So, and hey, the hammer's alive. It's the Duncan and the Cyphastria. So there's a few corals here that are still doing pretty good. The Calastrias are all doing well. The bubbles are hanging in there and doing well. The elegance that I got's been hanging in good. And then there's a Ghani back there that's still been doing pretty good. So, hey, overall.
Hey, you take what you can get, right?
Yeah. The sea anemone it's kind of tucked in right now. There's two of them, but man, that thing got its color back and it is jamming. It's just a regular rainbow, but
nice.
So some things are really looking really healthy, so I can't complain. And then there's the new Ghani, and then you can see behind it I got a toadstool. So and then so some things are doing pretty well. So I can't complain there. The acros are technically all alive. They faded a bit, which might be in part due to water chemistry, and also I turned up the lights a few weeks ago just a bit because it was pretty low par for them. But we'll see.
Yep, baby steps.
Yep, and then just waiting on my last ICP to see where things are. I mean, go from there. But hey, the fish are happy.
Yeah.
And that can't complain with that. And then, well, because my nitrates have been so low at phosphates because I was dosing a lot, I haven't cleaned out this skimmer in like, I don't know, 2-3 weeks. So,
Ugh.
yummy.
Oh my God.
It's actually up to here now. It never gets that high.
Wow.
Oh, wow, there's a spider on the outside of it. That's how long it's been sitting here. There's spiders coming on the outside of it.
Casey Wagner's saying little Asterina stars on the bottom. That was back when you were in the coral, looking at the coral tank.
Oh, yeah. I got a pair of harlequin shrimp, too. Which, it's funny because, hold on, let me guess where they are today. Wherever the harlequin shrimp are, the Asterina stars will have formed a perimeter around them.
They run away.
I don't know where they are. I think they're in this back corner here. They only come out at night, but it was funny because I was like, not a lot of, see, there's not too many Asterina stars over here. It's pretty, they're starting to actually weed through them pretty good, which I'm happy about.
Yeah.
So when they get through here, I'll move them to another tank, or I'll just give them a chocolate chip or something.
Yep.
But my spicy lemon fabia I got, that thing's taken off like a weed. I gotta try that.
That grows really well for me.
It was one of my favorite fabias. I had at least a softball sized colony, and I gave it to my LFS. And I remember he was like, well, how much is that worth? And I go, let's not price it that way. I go, don't worry about it. You're getting a deal. And it was funny because he had it for a long time, and unfortunately it browned out, and it looked horrible. I mean, it was just brown. And I was just like, oh, that sucks. So, yeah, no, they're not doing too bad. I mean, the one thing about this is I spent 6 hours plus working on the big tank today. I think I've spent like 20 minutes in the fish room today.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm not going gung-ho on a lot of this. I'm like, hey, let's just keep doing small things, keep the fish happy.
Yep. Well, you do need a way to see what your water quality actually does to the livestock, because I mean, you're going to be faced with same thing I had, which was, how to get water into this tank, how to make that water habitable for the stuff that I have downstairs, and all the worry I had about joining the two together, because I didn't want this water to kill everything that was down there because it wasn't quite right. So it was nerve-wracking. It worked out okay, but it wasn't the kind of thing that I could have just done, oh, well. Did you hear that noise? Can you hear that noise? See the air in the tank?
Oh, is that here? Is that bubble?
Yeah, no, it's the Jabo SLW30. Something about the orientation of it, because I messed around with it to move it this week to put more flow through the middle of the tank. And something about the positioning and the timing of the pulses creates a vortex, and it pulls the water down from the surface. It's 5 inches below the surface, and it pulls the water down and shoots bubbles into the tank. So my husband wants to clean it because it drives him nuts. I mean, I don't care, but so he's gonna go.
I'll tell you what's been highly successful is feather dusters.
Yeah, it looks like it.
I'll tell you what, though, they're pretty nice because they'll be. I got a couple of macro shots with the mantis sticking its head out and feather dusters.
Cool.
So.
And it's a peacock that you have in that one. right?
No, that's a spearing mantis.
Okay.
So it's Pseudosquilla. So
Hmm. I don't know the different varieties. Oh, hey, Skookumchuck Reefer. Skookumchuck Reefer. David, do you still have a tank? I remember last time we talked, you were in the midst of getting ready to move your 12-foot reef tank, if I remember correctly.
that doesn't sound fun.
No, not at all.
Yeah, things have been going pretty good back here. So I've been pretty happy with how things have been running.
So the way you have everything set up now, is it just a matter of joining one pipe once you get your drains and everything going from the displays? Is there just like one place you have to hook it up, or do you still have to put pipes in to go there? I know you have to go through a wall.
Yeah. So hold on. Now I got to remember. Okay. So yeah. All right. So this is my drain line.
Yep.
Yeah. So there'll be a 4-inch drain that'll go through the wall.
Yep.
And then there's going to be two 2-inch return lines that go through the wall. And then this 4-inch for ventilation is going to go through as well.
Okay. Yep.
So this will be my suction air out of the canopy.
Yep.
And then this will be the drain line out. So for this, I am going to go, and I haven't decided yet how I'm going to do this. There's a possibility that I'm going to plumb in a T over here and spigot out with a clean out and put a temporary sump here for the display.
Right.
Because I'd really like to be able to recirculate my water.
Yep.
And so I'm not far off from where the return pumps are going to sit in here anyways. So I already got the 1 2-inch line sitting here.
Yep.
So I'm going to have 2 inches sitting here, and then they'll go outbound that way. I'm just going to use one for now.
Yep.
But I'm kind of thinking I'm going to put a temp sump here. I've got a 120-gallon HDPE tank that I might use for this.
Mm-hmm.
So that way I can make it recirculate. Even when I go to saltwater, I can mix all my salt down here. I could put an ATO on it.
Yep.
You know, I could throw a heating coil in it. So I might do that. But yeah, then once it comes time, that'll plumb out, and you could just barely see the 4-inch sticking out there.
Yep.
So it's going to make a jog upwards. I did not pick a good path to walk there. All right. So it's gonna go from here up here, and there'll be a union in here as well.
Yep.
And then down here it'll tap out to go into there's going to be 2 gravity feeds for the skimmer, I believe. And then yeah, it's 1 or 2 more gravity feeds to the skimmer I'm doing. And then the rest will just drain into the back here.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, when you talk about having a temporary sump to recirculate, because that's what I have to do here with the canister filter. Because it isn't just enough to have the water, even have the water moving. You still need some way to filter it, to heat it, like all of those other things as well.
And I already have a second hot water loop tapped in.
Yep.
So I just need to complete the plumbing.
Yeah.
This originally was going to go to the water storage tanks, but honestly, I haven't really. The last water change I did, because the temperature over here is, oh geez, what is it in here? It's been a little warmer than usual because I've been shutting down air circulation in the house, but it says it's 77 in here right now.
Oh my God, that's perfect.
So, and the output air of the dehumidifier blows into that corner.
Okay.
So literally the water, I put the heaters in it for like an hour, if that.
Yeah.
It was at like 75 degrees already. And you know what, now I'm thinking, I think I had the heaters in there for like an hour maybe.
Hmm.
And because I got two 600s on my stick here.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just threw those in and I was like, it's good. It's literally it's that temperature. I'll throw the valves and
Yeah.
I do think I am going to buy a new RODI unit though, probably before the big tank gets filled.
Yeah.
We'll see. This thing is it's set up for 300 gallons a day, but I think I'm realistically getting about maybe 2.
Yeah.
And it's just, I have to go to a larger unit. So
Yeah, going forward for sure.
yeah, so I don't know which one I'm going to get, but I'm looking at a couple different ones. So I'll probably upgrade that and
Yeah.
I'll have that done. So hopefully if I want to do a water change, I could do it faster. And then eventually, it's going to be a long time, but I am going to probably yank these 2 tanks out and replace them.
Mm-hmm.
And I might even I've got a bunch of room here too. So I might put in some large water storage tanks here for ATO,
Yeah.
but also just give me more capacity.
Yeah.
So if I want to do a water change, maybe I can, pump over half or more. What? Really? This fish is so lazy.
Is he upside down?
Oh,
no,
no.
he's just laying there.
I'll be honest. It's usually just 8. That's why. When I come in here in the morning, I think he's dead sometimes. He's laying there like a rock.
Yeah.
So.
Skookum Chuck, David says that was relocated, the 12-foot tank. The current owner has recently asked me to maintain it. Well, that's cool. And Marcus has a question. I know this could be controversial, but what salt are you using? Marcus, it's only controversial if we make it controversial. And I don't,
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's what I use. Mixed with Fritz. I mix half and half with Fritz.
My LFS has gotten it, and I mean, I know I've had coral problems and stuff in the last year or so, but I just get German buckets, but it's worked well.
Mm-hmm.
I've been happy with it. Am I going to use it to put in the big tank right away? Maybe. I don't know. It all depends on pricing and everything there, because I'm not looking to buy 1 or 2 buckets at a time for that.
No, you need a skid, right?
Yeah, and if I'm going to do that, I expect more of a skid price, not a buy 1 bucket price.
Yeah.
So
exactly. Well, right now I have a full bucket and plus 2 buckets of the Fritz. I buy it in the buckets. It costs a little more, but it's much easier to wrangle. And I have 1 paid for bucket waiting for me at Fish Store in London. I just have to go pick it up. But they're relocating, so I guess we have to get over there and go and pick that up and bring it home. But so I like to keep at least 2 buckets if I can on hand all the time in case anything happens, because I know 1 bucket will make 200 gallons of the one and 160 of the other. So if I ran into a huge problem and had to do mega water changes, I just want it on hand. And so when I empty one, I buy another one, but I always try and have 2. So when you think about it, at the price of it, that's about $700 worth of salt mix that I have, that I like to keep on hand. And that's one of the things when you scale up to these bigger water volumes. I knew that it was going to be more expensive, but when it comes down to the actual details of what is expensive and how much more it is, I have to plan a little more, a little differently, and budget a little differently because you sure don't want to run out of it.
Yeah, and like I got most of a bucket there, and I got one more. Usually, it's about three and maybe like 3.25 buckets to do a 500-gallon water change.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
So,
not cheap. It is not cheap.
but
Sammy,
hopefully, I'm nearing the end of the water change. You know, I've slowed them way down, so they're more reasonable now.
yeah, that's true. And I mean, I haven't done a water change in a while because we're doing so much messing around with coral and moving rocks and this and that. But I do want to get myself on a regular schedule of like maybe 10% every other week, just to keep it, just to get it stable in a sense where now with not having done one in probably over a month, I just don't know how that affects certain parameters in the water that I can't test for. So, yeah. Sammy D says, "What's the goal with these giant systems? Just a giant fish keeper or farming coral?" He says, "It's a wild build." You've never really thought about farming coral, have you?
If I do it, I would. So, like, this would be a frag tank eventually, and I have no interest to make this like a business venture.
No, it's too hard.
It's just, honestly, it's some people love to do their hobby as a job,
Yeah.
and I have learned multiple times in my life, even with this, this is I need something that's not work. When this becomes work, it's not fun anymore.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
And I will grow things out. I will likely trade, or I'll probably be wholesaling out to some vendors.
Yeah,
But I'm not going to get into the selling game. That's just, I help out at shows
yeah,
with my friends, and it's a really hard job,
mm-hmm.
and I don't even like shipping packages normally. I'm not shipping anything.
Yeah,
I'll if I get this thing full of like high end SPS or something one day, and one of my buddies like, oh, can we meet halfway or something? I'll throw it in a cooler. I'll go, okay, I'll do that.
yeah,
But that's more of the, hey, you bought it, it's yours now.
yeah,
Where I'm fully aware that in the business side of it, you ship $1,000 worth of coral to someone and it dies.
mm-hmm.
You're probably replacing it for free.
Yeah, I'm very happy to have the relationship I have with the LFS where when I get break-offs, when I have to do what I have to do downstairs, which is salvage whatever I'm going to move up here, and the rest is going to become frags because I'm not going to throw it away. It's kind of like accidental frags, or when something gets too big and has to be trimmed back, or you cut one piece off and start over, that kind of thing, then I'm more than happy to get store credit. That works for me every day of the week because it allows me to get maybe some more expensive coral that I wouldn't be able to afford otherwise, right? Casey Wagner has a question about what low/high temps is everyone using. I've been seeing more references to 76 to 78 lately, where 78 to 80 seemed to be what every place recommended a couple of years ago.
I'm usually a 78 guy. I'll let it run a little low. The system tails itself too, so let me see what we're at. Yeah, so I'm at 77 right here.
Yep.
But I bet if I go to one of the other tanks,
yeah,
we're probably going to be off a little.
With 5 vessels of water, they're all different.
77.5.
Yeah.
Well, lights are out in here, but we'll poke our. Well, that one's at 77.9. And. And then 77.5. So. Yeah, I keep my Renko set at 78, so it'll pop up to 79.
Mhm.
80 is a little too hot for me, but I mean, it that whole range anywhere from like 76 to 80, or you're pretty well safe.
Yeah. Well, my Inkbird is set to turn on when the temperature in the shallow 50, which is where the water goes into from the overflow. It's the first point of contact. When that goes down to 78, it'll turn on the Inkbird. It'll turn on the pump, and it'll stop when it reaches 79 in that shallow 50. So I have to go and measure the temperature in the actual heating coil tub, because I bought one of those. Remember, we talked about a backup temperature?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's where I'm going to put it, because what I didn't realize when I bought it, and this is my bad, I should have done more research, is it's preset to something between 72 and 84. So if it goes below 72, you get an audible alarm or a flashing blue light on the outlet. If it goes above 84, you get an audible alarm or a flashing red light on the outlet. And I thought it was run via an app, but that's fine. I can work with it, because if I think that vessel with the heating coil in it generally is around 82. So if it goes up to 84, then it's a good backup, because I'll know that something's wrong. And similarly, if it goes down below 72, that'll be lower than the room temperature. So the low temperature range is not really going to help me that much. But yeah. So we'll see. We'll see how that works.
No, and I don't know if you could see, but I'm trying to make it about dead center. One of the harlequin shrimp is out, starting to poke out. Dead center.
Let me see if I can pop you up full screen here.
Yeah, there we go.
Center. Is it under the rock?
Yep, it's just barely poking out there. You can see the antenna kind of working a little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, one of them's out. They were on the other side of the tank, and then they finally migrated. I guess the starfish. The starfish, you could see though, there's like one there, and there's two on the back wall. But you see how there's like this large void of them.
Oh yeah.
And then you go over a little bit, and now there's a whole bunch. Yeah. So they do. That is definitely true. The starfish know something's up. So I don't know, maybe the other ones cry out when they get eaten alive. I don't know.
I haven't seen Dave in 3 weeks. Where did he go? Yeah. Lynn's making a joke about salt. Red Sea is the best. Anything else sucks. That's how the controversy starts.
You know, there's so many good ones. And I mean, I have had salt problems before, or things that may have been salt problems. And yeah, it doesn't matter who it is. There is always a chance that something could go wrong in a batch.
Yep.
And hey, you know, I think at least I'll give, you know, I know Tropic Marin's real controversial still with some folks, but I'll say this, they did step up and recall their product, so I'll give them that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the mileage varies on people, whether or not they felt affected. I know some people that said that it cost them tens of thousands of dollars, and I know some people that say it never had a problem.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, DC says, I'm using Reef crystals. It's available and cheap. Salt is salt. Yeah.
See, I was using reef crystals right up until I did to my temporary tank, and I got a batch that had like alkalinity of 15 in it, and
Oh,
wiped out a bunch of my corals in my temp tank.
yeah.
I think I would probably do instant ocean if I was going to go back.
Yep.
But, at the same time, when I did reef crystals in my old system, I was only doing 200-gallon water changes. So if the alk was 15, I didn't care.
Yep.
I wasn't going to notice it.
Yep.
Ooh, that's new. The purple tang went near the harlequin shrimp, and it put its claws out there like it was going to attack.
Oh my goodness.
I've never seen that before.
DC says he has a 150-gallon tub to mix salt water, and he just dumps the whole reef crystals in there and walk away 1.26 every time. He runs a reactor with carbon so his tub doesn't get dirty. That's a really good idea. And Sammy31D says Instant Ocean Purple and Reef Crystals Instant Ocean, $39 US on Amazon for 180-gallon boxes. Yeah. Yep. And remember, we're in Canada, though, so you can double that for what we have to pay here because, of course, we have to pay shipping. And the shipping, whether it's from a vendor to an individual customer or to a distributor, it's like stupid expensive. Yeah. Yeah, they're all talking about salt and cleaning and all that kind of thing. Oh, hey, Sharbuckles. Nice to see you. Temperature-wise, I like to run somewhere between 77 and 78 within the whole system, other than the final return chamber, because that's always going to be warmer because that's where the heating coils are. And I don't really have anything in there except for rocks. So it's okay if the temperature is a little higher. And by the time it travels through the pipes and gets up here, it cools down quite a lot. Up here is usually around 78.5, 78.9, something like that, which is okay. It's a little higher than I would like. I would much rather it be down closer to 77, but I have no rational reason why that is. I just don't. I guess maybe I'm ingrained with all the horror stories about the ocean warming, and I don't want it to be too warm. So I figure, well, if it's 77, then but 78, even 79 is not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, the part of the reason that I usually like it around there too, and some people run their systems a little warmer, is once you get above like 82 to 85, you could start seeing stuff die.
Yeah.
Some doesn't, but I feel too that keeping it balanced gives you a buffer.
Yep, exactly.
So, because I mean, the temp does swing in the ocean a lot. I mean,
yeah,
when you get a current that's pulling some deep water up, I mean, yeah, it's, it's gonna do that. But same thing. It might be cooking out on a flat too, and
yeah. Oh, hey, Connor Fall, welcome. Jason Fox uses Instant Ocean, so it's good enough for me. There you go.
Yeah, people get success with everything, so
you just adapt to what works for you, and what works for you could work for you for any one of a number of reasons.
Exactly.
Because everybody's different. Yeah.
Let's see. Well, how everyone else is doing. Did they eat their shrimp, or are they sitting there staring at it? Somebody picked it up. Did you eat all your food? Now you're lazy. Oh, well, you see the shrimp tail? Maybe.
It's the food coma going on. I mean, that's what happens to humans after a big meal, right?
That's just, that's exactly how puffers are.
Yeah.
They're like, I want a big meal, and I'm tired.
Yeah.
So, well, things are going well though down here, and then I'm hoping tomorrow I get the next round of fiberglass going for all the edge pieces. So
Yep.
I'll do, now that I got resin down here, which it's all nice and complete now, then there'll be from like here to about here will be fiberglass first to get the corner all the way around. Then once that's done, I've got all the bottom pieces pre-cut, so that I'll start on the far end with the woven or the chop strand mat, which this whole pile, and then just this one here is the first layer of fiberglass for the bottom.
Wow.
So and then these 3 rolls and this here are the second layer of fiberglass for the bottom. So, yeah. We'll find out if I ordered enough resin.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you could see the ventilation still going strong today because I had resin. Unfortunately, I forgot to crack a window and it got a little bit stinky in the house. But
Oh dear.
so, yeah, my wife wasn't so happy about that. But
Skinner JW wants to know, Alex, how the hell do you have time in your life to maintain all of this and also build all of this and also go to work?
well, I mean, I feel that with aquarium systems that the more you complicate things, the more trouble you're asking for. I can go on vacation, and honestly, if I went on vacation for a week tomorrow, I'm going to be more concerned about this tank and this tank because they don't have ATOs.
Yeah.
And honestly, the way that this is all set up, the Apex monitor stuff, it doesn't have a lot of control. Short of a major power failure or something, there's not a whole lot here that could be, it just runs.
Yeah.
The water pumps flow water. If something got isolated in here, which really, if I take a long power hit, this tank will isolate, which I have to redo the plumbing on, but I'll get that fixed in the next. I bought the plumbing, I just haven't done it. So, but yeah, I mean, I keep it simple.
I'll be right back. I'm just going to mute my mic. I'll be right back. If you.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I think the trap that it's easy to fall into is getting really complex with stuff. If you can't, and sometimes it's hard if you got a lot going on as far as changing chemistry or like alk consumption due to big corals and stuff being added or lots of fragging. But I set this thing up to where I can have some failures and things are still going to run. And that's probably the most important thing is keep it simple. Don't overcomplicate it. And don't put too much in faith in controllers. Always limit them to doing more monitoring activities. So yeah, that's how I try to keep it going. And then I try to keep my hands out. And fortunately now I'm not cleaning the glass as much or scooping the tanks out or anything, but everybody does all right. The fish are happy. And that's probably the biggest thing I do mostly that I observe. I know my corals are still not 100%, but I don't I know I can't always be perfect with this.
Well, and how many months have you had livestock in here now?
That was a year in May. So,
yep.
And we'll see what this ICP test shows. I mean, I had a reactor with Cooper's Orb going for several months and a couple more poly filters in there and did another water change. So we'll see what the water looks like. I mean, stuff's growing. I mean, and does that look nice?
It is pretty. Is that a Space Invader chalice?
No, I had a piece of that died.
Oh, looks like you
It,
got a Raja there.
this one they were calling, the guy I got it from was calling it a peacock.
Oh, wait a minute. It's got stripes. Okay, my bad. It was a little blurry.
Yeah, he called this one peacock, and then I can't remember what that one is. I have to ask my buddy. It's growing like a weed, though, so I'm good with that.
Yep.
Which is funny because everyone's like, oh, if, I was talking to someone like, oh, if you got high metal problems, they're like, chalices are good corals for that because they'll die instantly. I'm like, well, we'll find out.
Yeah.
And then this one's growing faster than anything else. So I
Those, right?
I killed a couple of monoporas. I mean, that one's barely alive, and then this one's hanging on there, but I don't have high hopes for it. But I think in part it's just my nitrates phosphates are just so low.
Yeah.
I've been dosing the living crap out of them, and that's why I stopped cleaning the skimmer. I think it's now I feel compelled to do the top down for those two.
Yeah, and I have the fun of looking forward to nutrient swings because the 150 gallon that's going to be emptied of live stuff because we're going to use it to feed the UV sterilizer and to receive the output and put a lid on it. So all of the algae and stuff that's growing in there is going to die off. So what I have to do is scrape and net out as much of it as I can so that I don't have a huge amount of dead stuff adding nutrients to the system all at once. So that's something I'm going to have to be really careful about because the last thing I want to do is start having things die because I get nitrates of like 80, 90, 100 if all of that stuff just dies off. So I want to stay ahead of it. Well, that's cool. What is the one with circles?
This one? Oh, what the heck is that? See, this is the problem when I'm not doing this all the time. I keep forgetting the name of this one. This thing was totally brown, too. This one bounced back. Let's see the leathers. This leather's looking awesome.
Yeah.
So, and then the Gargonian's looking good. And then, that leather that I've had forever, I think it's on its way out. So.
Oh.
Sucks, but hey, these guys are growing like little weeds, so that's good.
Yep.
Yeah, this one here is the one they called it the peacock. I remember that. That one's been growing a bit.
It looks cool.
Yeah, that's a gorgeous coral. So, yeah, I gotta take this one. I gotta pop some frags off of it and get some more colonies going. So, yeah. Hey, I mean, I'm not going to argue. Stuff's doing well, and I've been keeping my hands out of the tank. So,
well, and I have to keep reminding myself that this tank behind me has only actually had livestock in it for 4 months.
Yeah, I think you've been doing some of that YouTube trickery, and it's been going for 2 years, and you're just releasing videos.
I know, right?
That's why your camera can never be on during these live streams. I know that's what you're doing, Cindy.
Well, it has been in there for a year, but downstairs, right? Barely hanging on. Man, oh man, it's nerve-wracking.
Oh, that's funny. It was funny because right before I was hopping on, you guys were talking about how some of the YouTubers, it's really become very sales pitchy and just I totally get that too. And sometimes I watch them and I'm like, well, I mean, that's nice. I don't want to buy that though.
Well, I'm trying now to sort of stick to a budget because in the build stages you might have a budget, but so many things happen that you don't expect, or you change your mind, or you find out that what you were going to do isn't going to work and you need to do something different. And man, I spent a lot more money than I planned, but we've tried to spread it out so that it's not such a big hit. And now I'm at the stage where I want to add more coral, and I have spent some money on coral, and I almost spent some more, a couple of $100s on coral until I went, wait a minute. I have 2 frag racks now with 2 orders that I haven't even mounted those corals yet. It almost, I don't know, it's almost an obsession that I really have to control because I don't want to kill the stuff. That's my main thing. I mean, you spend money on it, and once you have it, it's up to you to keep it alive. If it dies, it's money. It's not even a waste of money. I don't know how to really articulate this, but once the money's spent, the money's spent.
Yeah.
So it's not as if there's going to be any issue down the road. It's just that you don't have anything for the money that you spent.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. It's just,
you
yeah,
know,
it's just, you sunk the cost into it. And
yeah. So we'll see. I mean, when I look at the tank, at all the places I have available to put coral, I'm still trying really hard not to jam the stuff all in together. And it's hard sometimes. Like you think, oh, well, that's 5 inches away. That should be fine. But then you think, well, that only gives it 2.5 inches to grow before they're into each other, right? So.
yeah. Well, and for me, like right now, it's all the incidentals.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is like my 4th pack of cheap adhesive and glue brushes.
Uh-huh.
Or 4th or 5th pack. That's like $12 a pop.
Yeah.
I've gone through. This is my 3rd Tyvek suit because I've wrecked a couple of them. So those are like $12-13 a pop.
Yeah.
Abrasive blades for the fiberglass. I'm bought 2 of those now. So hopefully this one lasts longer than the other one because the other one I snapped. So
yeah.
It's little things, or I got to buy more gloves, or
Yep.
I ended up buying this little shop vac on sale because the big giant old one that I have is just too unwieldy for this.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
everything. And for me, it's glue because I go through so much glue, and I think the dollar store gel glue is not the same quality it used to be because it doesn't seem to hold as well as it used to hold. And you can buy that stuff a case at a time. So there's 36 tubes in a case, and it costs $45. So it's $1.25 per tube. So if you use a tube of that glue for every glue or for every coral gluing session, which for me right now is maybe 3 or 4 corals, a couple things happen. You rarely use the whole tube up before you can't get any out anymore because both the actual tube itself where the thing screws on and the end of the tip are glued shut. So then you got to get a sharp scalpel, make a hole in the side of the tube, and try and get the rest of, yeah. So there's that, and that adds up too. Like, I mean, I can get the glue from the dollar store, no problem, sent to me, but I can only buy a case at a time. So that's like $60 by the time I pay shipping, and I've only got 36 tubes. So that gives me like maybe 30, 35 corals I can put in. Sounds like a lot, but I have a lot of fragging to do. And I'm probably going to get 60 or 70 frags out of what I've got downstairs by the time I'm done taking everything off the rocks and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, it seems insignificant as far as it's only $1.25 a tube, but the quantity that you need starts to get expensive. So I'm really doing my best now to think twice before I go, geez, I need more of that because I'm down to half a jug. I'm going to buy it right now. There's another $120. Like it just, and I'm not complaining, but
are all those frags that you're putting into the big tank?
No, they're going, the piece, I'm going to get a piece of all the corals I have downstairs and bring them up here.
Hmm.
I don't, like, for example, there's a tangerine juice cyphastria. There's a copper cyphastria. No, tangerine juice leptocerus, copper cyphastria. There's a Montipora hirsuta that I'm still debating on whether I want to bring it up because the thing grows so fast and takes over. There's another piece of a war coral, but I don't think I'm going to put it in here. The stuff that's actually going in this tank, there's probably only, I want to say, 6 or 7 more corals. But I'm going to try and get as big a piece as I can of each one to put in here. The rest is all going to be fragged. And those will go into the observation tank on a frag rack. They're not going to stay in this system. So all of that healing and everything isn't going to impact this system. The majority of it, the 70 or 80 frags, will be on the little tank, and I can easily address that with the alpha reef. So yeah, but it's a surprise, and so I'm doing my best to resist spending the couple $100 on coral all the time. I can't keep doing it.
Yeah, it's more or less my budget has just been buying supplies I need, test kits, and you know, so the doser broke that I used to have, so I buy a new one, or so it's things like that, or buying salt for a water change.
Yep.
It's really hard not to buy more corals and stuff, though. I got those couple. I was like, well, I need a couple test corals. Let me get a couple things. So.
Yeah, and I remember back when buying a Jabo doser for like $80 or whatever it was. That was a major expense for me. And now it's like $80. Like, it seems insignificant when you compare it with some of the other things that you buy that are expensive. Just yeah.
Oh, right now I'm I was gonna go to Magna in Milwaukee, and now I'm kind of going with the hotel and meals and anything else. I'm like, geez, I gotta think if I want to spend that money on that, or not. I really want to go, but at the same time, like, that's a lot of waterproofing supplies and stuff that I gotta still buy to get this thing running. So
yeah, it all becomes priorities, and I just figure as long as I'm not spending the grocery money on coral, but and I mean, Christmas is coming too, and we've got another grandchild on the way. So that's
my wife asked me what I want for my birthday and anniversary coming up, and I said, "Oh, you could buy me my glass."
Yeah, I know, right?
She was like, "I think that's a little over the budget that we would talk about for that."
Yeah.
So.
Oh, hey, Karen. Hi, guys. I'm really late to the party today. No, I'm glad you can make it. Affix Glue, Casey Wagner, Affix Glue, well-known brand, 125 grams for $17. Casey, you're in Canada. Yeah, see, this is it. Because of the stupid thing glues itself shut, and I have to, and I can't get it out. I have bought the bottles of the ICI or whatever it is, ICS glue, or BS, I don't know. I bought the bigger bottles, the Ecotech glue, all of those things. They're a waste of money for me because they end up, I can't use them. I can't use the whole bottle. I really do like the small tubes with the really, really thin tip on them. And for a long time, I was buying the LePage's that has the squeeze handles at the side, and the reason for that is when you let go of the squeeze handle, the glue stops flowing. Because now the problem is you squeeze the tube and you got what you need, but the glue keeps coming and coming. And I know that's why I end up gluing the tip on, because I've got all this glue. So I've learned to dip it in water and have a cloth ready and wipe it off and then cap it. So anyway, it's just my stupid little things I'm learning here. Dollar store glue for me is $1 for a 4-pack. Skinner JW. Yeah, we last time I was in the States and bought that, I bought every 3-pack they had at was it Dollar Tree? And it cost me like, I don't know, $22 US, which would be about 35 Canadian. And it lasted me for almost 2 years. And now I'm trying to get glue again, and it's just a ridiculous price. BSI, Lynn Reef Nerd, yeah, I've tried it. And refrigerated. Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh no, my skimmer pump just stopped working. Skinner JW. Just stopped working right now, or
So where you gotta give it the good old tap it.
that's right. Get the hammer out. Well, I don't know if you've ever. Okay, when my green machine would stop, I have some pliers. Well, they're actually. Oh, there go my lights. They're actually. Let me take this off now. There, that's better. I don't know if they're pliers or what the heck they are. Grippers, but they're heavy. And so I used to take them and drop them straight down on the top of the pump. And then the pump would start going again. But it is hard to whack things underwater. I learned from that.
Yeah, I've had a fair share of things. You got to wiggle them or turn them on and off right, or there's weird things you learn over time.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and it's kind of a stopgap, because you should really take it apart.
Yeah, I've been finding though more and more with the DC pumps and stuff, like the newer things, like I haven't seen as many problems with, like, I used to see a lot of magnet wear.
Yeah.
With those real small diameter magnets, and you always used to get stuff stuck in them. Like I still got an old mag drive. Those usually weren't too bad, but like, oh god, those Rio pumps, which I actually have one on my.
Oh, yeah.
I have one of my 100-gallon tank because I didn't want to replace it with anything. But some of those they used to be funny at the local fish store, because someone would come in and be like, yeah, I don't know, my impeller's not spinning. And you go look at it, and the thing is like eating away. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think this is going to be a fix like you want. What do you mean? I'm like, it's worn through the pump casing.
Yeah. Clean these things once in a while, people. Oh, hey, Nat King Reef. Hey, what's up, family? Hi, Scotty Damron. What's up, everyone? Just got here. Family over today to see the new tank build and entertain. Steaks and burgers on the grill. Yeah. Casey says, I've used about 80 grams of the bottle so far and it hasn't seized up. You know what? I'll try it. I mean, for $17, I think I'm one of Amazon's best customers. I have had 81 orders in the last 90 days. It's a number I am not proud of. I'm trying to get that.
I don't look at that. That it's funny because I was going through and I'd done all the calculations for all the fiberglass I needed, and I was like, the chop strand mat, I was like, I've got more than enough. And the woven cloth, I said, I'm going to be a little short. So I ordered one more roll of that. And I haven't gone back and checked my math, but I boo-booed something because I was a little short on woven cloth today. And chop strand mat, I was a little under, and I had to bust out a little bit more scrap than I thought to kind of jigsaw it together. And then the woven cloth, I was like, oh, I've got almost a whole extra roll. And yeah, I did not. I used every bit of it. And I was like, okay, I boo-booed something here. But I had already ordered 2 extra gallons of resin because I go, I think I might need more resin. So, we'll see how that goes. A little bit can go a long way. Like the whole perimeter, just to coat the wood, the whole 84-foot perimeter, figure about 12 inches wide, just coating wood. Well, maybe not quite. 3, 6, probably about 8, 10 inches wide. I only use 20 ounces. So, but when I go to apply the fiberglass, it's, the chop strand mat uses a lot to get soaked through. So, I figure I'm probably, and that's sad that I now know based on how long of a distance I go, how many ounces I need of that stuff. I'm going to guess a pint, 16 ounces of it's probably going to last a little less than 12 feet. So,
Wow. Crazy.
but, yeah.
BRS big bottles are legit. Clean the tips, they stay fresh. I don't refrigerate it though. It's always like new weeks later. It also comes with extra tips. Okay. And Nat King Reef says, I love it when pet co-workers don't know fish. Guy sold me a black leopard wrasse for a 6-line wrasse price. Ooh, okay. Yep. And the skimmer pump right now, stopped right now. Oh dear. Oh, geez. Casey Wagner. Here you could hit 10 stores and spend 30 plus on gas and not find the stuff you want because it's PEI, or just check Amazon. Yeah. PEI is Prince Edward Island, a small province. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes, I'm really doing my best to not put in Amazon orders when one thing pops into my head that I need. I've been trying to put the stuff in a cart and not order everything or not order things one at a time, because I'm sensitive to the fact that like some of the stuff I buy is like $6. How can they make any money if they're shipping it to me with a Prime membership when it costs $6? That's Canadian. So like 29 American, right?
It's the volume. Some of it they lose money on, some of it they don't. That's just the cost of doing business to them.
I guess, but I don't want it to reach the point where they're going, geez, we're not charging enough. We need to up our prices to cover this. Like if I can avoid contributing to that potential, then I should really.
Well, they have, at least here in part, like I'll get the pop-ups now of, hey, do you want to have it all shipped together at once as an option? And it just, to me, it depends on where I'm ordering it from. Like I just ordered more resin. The resin was coming from Florida. And then I had to order a couple other things, and they had to be in a local warehouse because they were next day. Mm-hmm. So,
yeah.
And that's part of it too, is even if you order it all together, it might not be coming from the same place.
Oh yeah, I've definitely seen that. I have made orders of, what's the most recent? Paper towels. Because I'm always looking for the best price. I don't care about brand. And we had to replace them. It's a long story, but all of the paper tubes got taken out by a little 2-year-old guy who then decided to play with them all. So my paper towels kind of got used up a little faster than I expected, but that's okay. He had fun. So I went to order some more, and I ordered 1 package of 2, and then another order with 3 packages of 2. I can't remember why I did that. There must have been a reason. And so the 1 package of 2 came, and the 3 packages of 2 came in 3 separate shipments from 3 different places. How do they make money when it's like $2.97 for the? I don't get it. I really don't get it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a volume, large scale thing. They got plenty of things they're selling that they're probably making good margins on.
Oh yeah.
And it's just, to them, it's like, I haven't encountered, because I don't really ever have to send things or take things back often. No, but I mean, they get a lot of times where people, and it was becoming a scam for a while.
Yeah.
Because they order something small and they say they want to return it, and Amazon just says, just keep it because it's cheaper for you to do that than me for them to reprocess it,
Yeah.
which, you know, a lot of times you've lost 50% of the value returning something because of the labor involved in
Yeah.
restocking it.
Yeah.
So, you know, and it's the same thing at like an Amazon. Yeah, it's a huge thing because, yeah, first you got to find out, well, hey, did they even send back the right item, or, you know, what condition is it in?
I don't think they even check. I don't think they can afford to check. And that stuff just goes into another warehouse that then gets sold out to liquidators.
Yeah.
So,
Well, it's just a big machine.
WV Reefer, I live in a coral desert. Everything I have was itty bitty frags, and then let's see how this does. Oh yeah, and Marcus says they charge ridiculous amounts to sellers. That's how they make money. That makes sense. I mean, but even so, like everybody has to make money. But the little 12 tube pack of cyanoacrylate gel that I bought in December of 2020. I just used up the last tube, and I think it's better quality. And I've been looking for about 6 months now to get more, and the cheapest price I've seen for that is $72. So $6, it's stupid expensive. And that's one thing I learned about it. You can't always assume it's the cheapest. We've compared things and found local Home Hardware, Canadian Tire, even Walmart, the same item, same brand, everything is cheaper. And so we go with that. You know, so I think you can't always assume Amazon's the cheapest. The only thing you can assume is that you can pretty much get anything that you're looking for on Amazon.
It is nice for the oddball stuff that you can't get. And
yeah.
I don't really, you know, so that's the thing for like reef keeping stuff. I don't particularly buy a lot from them. Some things, like I've gotten some Jabo pumps and stuff, but I mean, generally, you know, I haven't gone looking for corals on Amazon, and I really hope that doesn't happen.
Oh, no kidding.
But you know, at the same time, like I buy my salt from my LFS, and
yeah,
you know, there's some things I get them from my local guy, and it's, to me, like I would rather pay a little bit more money and support that small local business.
Yeah.
You know, and it makes a good, you know, I got a friend out of it, and you know, if I need help or I have an emergency too, you know, it's somebody there that could help me.
Yep. Yeah, I've found with Amazon, I always compare prices with the online vendors that I use normally. There's 3 or 4 of them, and I do try and spread the business among them. And this is what I'm ordering, because the LFS, the closest one, is 40 minutes away in a part of town that's hard to get to and stupid for parking and really inconvenient. And then the other one is about an hour away, and I try to go up there about once a month. But sometimes you need something before the next time you're going to be able to do that. So that's when I compare all these 3 or 4 online vendors that I use. And sometimes it comes down to shipping. So, you know, if they have decent shipping, like, or cheaper shipping, or if you buy so much it's less or free or whatever, that sometimes is a huge factor in it. And with having Amazon Prime, that $14.95 that I'm going to pay for shipping, because it's a heavyweight item. Let's say it's a jug of chemical and the thing weighs 10 pounds. Well, that automatically becomes a heavyweight item for shipping, and it costs you $20 to have it shipped from one of these 3 or 4 vendors that I use. But on Amazon Prime, it might be $5 more, but that difference is less than if I paid the $20 for shipping, you know? So yeah, and that's where the budgeting comes in, because, you know, you only have so much money. The farther you can make it go, the better. So that's how
that's the thing. Like part of the reason that the build gets done at the pace that it does is, well, one, it's just the time, but 2, it's sometimes I'm watching the budget with things.
Yeah.
And I have a monthly budget I try to stay in. Like the waterproofing stuff has been more expensive, but I'm spreading it out over 2-3 months. Because, you know, hey, I had to buy well, I bought 10 gallons of, well, no, 11 gallons of fiberglass resin,
Mm-hmm.
and, you know, bought a whole crap load of fiberglass cloth and mat and
Yeah.
the tools for it and Tyvek suits and respirator cartridges. And, so it's just, I'm like, well, the work's getting done.
Yeah. Well,
So,
even things like the DI resin is $85 Canadian for 5 pounds. I know, which gives
geez.
you about 6 refills of your 10-inch cartridge. And the $85 doesn't quite make it to the threshold of free shipping. So you end up paying another $15 to ship, or you buy another product for 20 or something dollars and you get the free shipping, right? So I'm making these decisions all the time. And
Yeah.
we go through, we refill the cartridges probably. I mean, my husband's done all kinds of research to try and extend the life of the resin as much as possible. We have way better water here than we had in the other house we used to have, and he now gets roughly 5 weeks out of a single resin cartridge. And we have like a 5 or 6 stage, I think it's a 6 stage. No, actually 7, because we added another membrane. So we have 2 resin cartridges, so he rotates them and all of that kind of thing. But still, $85. And then we got the 13% sales tax. So, when you put it on a monthly basis, it costs roughly $100 a month just to get RODI water. So, yeah.
Yeah, I've been,
Crazy, man.
well, mine hasn't been too bad, but for as much water as I go through, my DI resin, well, I think it's my anion. That's the one I burn through most. And I'll wait until I get to once I hit 2 TDS consistently,
Yep.
then I'll swap those cartridges out. And
Yeah.
again, I think that's why I probably want to go to a bigger unit, because talking to a couple of friends that do coral farming or got tanks of equal size, it makes all the difference. And the only thing that ever scares me a bit is, like, I'm set up to where I could do 1,000-gallon water change where I isolate the tanks, make new water, pump out the system, and then pump those tanks into the system, and then refill them and do it again. But, we're talking over a week's time to do that.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing I kind of look at and go, if I need to do this faster, I need to get a bigger unit. So that's I don't really want to have to buy one because they're not cheap.
I know.
So, but to replace all the membranes and do all of that stuff, I mean, really, it's already probably a third of the cost of a new unit. So,
Yeah.
Oh.
Skookum Chuck says the cost of snails used to bother me. The cost of snails still bothers me, and that's another thing that's a maintenance thing because they die. I have a short video of 5 of my hermit crabs attacking a Nacerius snail, and at least I hope it was dead when they found it. Who knows, right? But I'm constantly putting larger shells in there. And here's me. I said, I want a hermit crab as big as my fist. Well, I don't know. I'm kind of changing my mind about that because some of my blue leg hermits are now in like large turbo snail shells. They're big, like they're really big. And they're red legs. I have some red legs as well. And they're growing. So I have to look around in my drawers of stuff because I know I have bags of larger shells that I have to put in the back there so they can find them. So yeah, snails, it's another one of those things. Be prepared to spend $40-50 a month just to get half a dozen or a dozen snails. Like it's
yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't go big on hermits. I'll get some,
yeah.
but I don't honestly, whoever came up with the here's how many snails and hermit crab ratio you need to your size tank, man, was that a great money making deal for that? Because I'm like,
Yeah.
sometimes I look at that and I'm like, okay, you start a brand new tank and you're going to put 100 snails and 100 hermits in it. What are they going to eat? Oh, each other. That's right.
Yeah.
See, you bought the food for the hermit crabs. You just didn't know it.
That's right. And
Um,
I don't consider them expendable either. I mean,
I
I always
yeah,
try to save them if I can because they're still a living creature. They still have a function, and I don't think, oh, I'll just throw 50 of them in there, and whoever lives, fine. I try not to put them in a situation where there's going to be certain death if I
I
can avoid
never
it.
had, even in my 480, in my 720, I did not have a lot of cleanup crew. Um, I had the Blackfoot Trocus snails are my favorite.
Mhm.
And once they get well established and stuff, and they learn that there might be fish that could mess with them, they'll just come out at night.
Yep.
And once they get big, real big, the hermit crabs never really are much of a thing for them. And I never let hermits get that big, anyways. As soon as they start getting that big, and they're gonna say, "Oh, I just want to eat your snails,"
Hmm.
they used to get banished to the 720, and
Yeah.
the clown trigger and the puffers would decide if they were worthy to survive.
Yeah, or they'd have to get pretty wily and stay in until nighttime.
And sometimes that's what they did. Or I just used like that. I really hope I can get another one of those Halloween urchins in the big fish tank that the triggers and stuff wouldn't eat, because that I still couldn't believe that. They ate all the long spines. They ate those rock boring urchins, but man, they showed them that Halloween urchin and they wouldn't touch it.
Hmm.
I don't know if that thing just really tasted bad or had some nasty venom in it, but
Yeah.
I was like, guys, you ate a long spine urchin a foot in diameter by eating its spines off. You won't take the bite at the one that's got, you know, quarter inch thorns on it. So it's like, but I'll see. I'll probably get some of those because I don't want to put urchins in the pond liner tanks, or I'd get them in there.
Yeah.
Um, but
No kidding.
uh, I gotta see though. It's oh, it's so fun because it's like I'm getting close now. Um, or I feel I'm getting close. Once I get this fiberglass done and the epoxy is going to be easy because I'm so comfortable with pond armor. Like I'm gonna be like that. This ain't nothing.
Yeah.
The fiberglass is the hard part because it's just it's a lot more stressful work. Um,
Yeah. It's tricky.
well, and like when this stuff turns on you and it turns into like it hardens, like when it goes, it's done. It is seconds. It will go from it's just fine to it's done.
Yeah.
Um, so that's why it's like, well, I can only mix a pint at a time. Although for the bottom, I'm gonna find out how much it takes to do a sheet.
Hmm.
So most of the the first bottom layer, it is 40 inches by 6 feet is the sections that I cut of fiberglass. So I'm
Hmm.
going to find out how much resin does it take to coat one of those and roll it out. And then I'm probably just going to make it in mass because those will actually they should be pretty easy to put in because they're on a flat surface. I don't have edges or anything. So I'm hoping the bottom itself should be pretty easy once I get the corner done.
Oh, gravity's working with you.
Well, and that's even on the beams, well, I had to get it lined up, and then I had to, wet it out and then place the sheet down, then start soaking it through. And it moved. I got, because it's a long, narrow strip that's 24 or 30 feet long, and it's like,
Yeah.
so it was far more tedious there where, like, I cut all the fiberglass for the bottom today, and I'm like, it wasn't fun, but I got through it. I mean, when I cut the 12 pieces for the 30-foot and the 24-foot beam, like, that felt more labor intensive because I kept having to flip the beam and move the beams and,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah. Skookumchuck has a question. Has anyone tried Sika Flex as a sealant / adhesive in a reef tank?
Sika Flex.
Sika Flex. Sikaflex.
I haven't heard of it.
Yeah, and Skookumchuck, he's in BC in Canada. I love Scotty Dameron. I love Amazon for subscribe and save, and it auto ships monthly. Well, I tried it for cat litter, and the stuff that I get is about $19 a bag. That's the regular price. So when you do the subscribe and save, I did it exactly once, and it was fine. The first refill, then the price jumped $5. So it went from, did I say 18 or 19? It went up $5 for my subscribe and save. But on the website, it was $1 more. So my subscribe and save was up $5, but on the actual listing on Amazon, it was $1 more than I had paid. So I'm looking at this, I'm going, okay, so they're telling me when they send this to me in 2 weeks, because they give you 2 weeks notice, when they send this to me in 2 weeks, they're going to charge me $5 more. But if I put an order in right now, I can save myself $4. So I just ended it because I let it autofill once. And then I just thought, no, because if you don't pay attention to it, the price could be anything. They can charge you whatever they want and claim it's a discount. So I was not thrilled with that. Maybe it was a one-off, who knows, but yeah. Casey Wagner, there's no LFS here anymore, closed due to shipping problems from COVID. PetSmart's the only local source for stuff. At least they have the frozen mysis. Yeah, that's true. WVU Reefer, I buy most of my stuff from Cali, which is usually $29.99 shipping, less than the cost of gas to drive to the Pittsburgh Metroplex area to get anything fish coral wise. Yep. See it, and it's the same for all of us. We have to search and find what works for us for everything, because it'd be great if you just had one source you could go to all the time, but that nothing really covers it.
And I actually have a few local fish stores. If there's one that's been open for like a couple of years, I haven't even gone to it yet.
Yeah.
But in part, I'm not going because I don't want to spend.
Yeah.
So that's what happens. I go, ooh. Like I was at the LFS the other day and I was like, oh man, bar goby. So those look fun. Put some of those in the reef tank. And I'm like, no.
Not yet.
Not the time right now.
No.
I do think though, I definitely want to get a few things going, but
yeah. And it's hard when you're in that phase where it happened to me, where I was looking ahead thinking, yeah, well, pretty soon we'll have the tank will be in the house and middle of this and middle of that. Well, I was way premature in doing that, like way, 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 way too soon. And I have maybe 2 corals that survived out of 2 orders that I made when I went ahead and did it too soon. And I set up the frag tank, and that was a disaster. I did a horrible job with that. It looked good a couple times throughout its life. It grew things, like some things were fine, but it just ended up being a horrible mess of algae, cyano. Like it was just awful. So I just keep thinking back, okay, deal with what you have, then add more. And as long as I can convince myself and not give in.
yeah, that's well, and like I look at it, I'm like, well, do you want to buy Pond Armor epoxy or corals? Or
I know, right?
when I get this done, then I gotta I got to get my glass figured out, which that's going to be a big thing. And then
Yep.
it's like, all right, now I got, I got to do electrical, which I think for that, I'm going to change my strategy for this system a bit. And instead of just putting in massive amounts of outlets in waterproof boxes, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to still have a fair amount of outlets, but I decided for the light racks, because I'm going to put them on rollers so I can pull the racks out,
Yep.
part way so I can get to them front to back and be able to service them. So for those, I am thinking that I'm going to buy some outdoor rated heavy duty power strips.
Right.
That are, full outdoor rated. And then basically I'll plug one of those in, run it to the light rack, and then I can have all the outlets I need right there.
Yeah.
But, once I get that figured out and panels up, then I got to do the furniture finish, and, lumber's down for now. Is it going to stay there? I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, exactly. Casey Wagner. Oh, Marcus Airless. Alex, are you on well water? I don't think you are you?
No,
No.
we're on an aquifer here, but I've seen our city is in the next 5 to 10 years are going to go to Lake Michigan water, so that'll be nice.
Yeah.
It's generally harder water out here, although in this house I didn't get a softener put in or anything, and so far, I mean, the RODI unit's handling everything okay, so I'm not too concerned.
Yep. And Sammy says, do you guys use booster pumps and flush valves? They make the resin last so long. We do.
I do.
Yeah. We don't use a booster pump because
I need a booster pump. My PSI is only 40 out of the tap, and it's
ours is 60, and that's kind of the cutoff. If it gets below 60, we need a booster pump, and we've always had 60 or 65, so we've never needed that. Casey Wagner, I could either have paid $50 for shipping for frag box or got a plate coral for $79 that made shipping for the whole order free. That was an easy decision. New plate coral. Yeah, don't you love that? They have certain corals that are probably a little more than they should be, but so what? You're saving yourself most of $50 for shipping. Oh, you got two of them in
well, yeah, so I got my booster, and then I've got two parallel membranes, and then that goes to my 3-stage RODI, which the Canon resin, I hardly ever change this. It does not get burned out. And the mix speed, really what gets burned out is this anion resin. That's the one that I always this cartridge here is the one I always got to change.
Yeah.
So, and I do two carbon blocks and then my free. So.
Yep. Yeah. Casey Wagner getting 2 mystery corals in the order for $25, and they pick out a coral worth 20 to 50. And Marcus says my last mystery was unwanted. That's what scares me, because I'm a little picky about what I want. There's a lot of things that I've had that I don't want anymore, because I know that how they grow or how they're too hard to keep or whatever. And plus, I'm always looking for weird stuff that nobody else has. The first thing I see that's new or that I know is a species that hasn't been around much, that's the stuff I'm looking for.
What, you don't want that free piece of Xenia?
No, I got lots of free Xenia in the basement. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. I might have lots of the stuff that's down there that might be left, but yeah, I don't know.
That I think I would probably call it. If somebody sent me that as the mystery coral, I'd be like, I really hope that was a joke and you're going to give me some credit for that.
I know, right? Fletcher Wright, it's not reef safe. Oh, I don't know. Oh, I think he might mean the Silcoflex. Might be Reef Safe. Oh, hey, MB Reef.
I think that's probably one of the harder things too, is when there's other products out there. I haven't been one to be like, hey, I'll try this first to see if it works.
Yeah.
So if I had like a little side tank or something, I think I'd be more inclined to do some of that stuff. But
it's too risky.
Yeah, yeah. That's the thing that gets me. Like, I get nervous about that, and you know that'll be fun though. At least when I get, because that's the thing. Once I get to the point where I get the glass, I get the tank done, plumbing done, then I'll look to get a 3D printer and start down that rabbit hole.
Oh my God.
Oh, you just wait to see the crazy flow. If I can make the crazy flow pump ideas work that I have, it's going to be insane.
I'd be happy to be a beta tester for you. I got lots of water volume.
I don't think your tank is going to be.
Oh no, I'm not saying in here necessarily, but I have lots of vats of water downstairs.
I don't think that the water's going to stay in fat.
It won't stay in. Oh boy.
I'll put it this way: what I'm considering doing, I have concern that if I make the water flow pump the way I'm thinking, I might have to de-engineer it to not throw water out of my tank running the length of it.
What about kickback? I always wondered about that. Like, how do you manage back pressure that's going to put stress on your glass? I don't know.
Well,
maybe I'm not understanding the design, but.
Well, so I don't, for anything that's ultra high flow like that, I do not, like, if I go beyond a certain level, those pumps are going to get mounted to the canopy on struts.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not even going to go there with that, because the really big pumps, that's a lot of back pressure you're putting on the glass. And I really feel that I could put struts on a canopy and I could let it deal with it that way.
Well, you can even add shocks if you had to, as long as it's up there where you manage it.
As long as it's not like like full bore start and stop, which most DC pumps don't do.
No.
In an instant, they all ram. It's just, how much pressure are you putting on with all those pumps going? Mostly it's pretty negligible, but I mean, you start talking about some of those bigger ones, like, like an Abyss flow cannon, that thing is really kicking out a lot of force on it.
Yep.
I mean, you have to look at it as, if you stuck that thing on a little boat or something, is it going to make it go forward?
Well, exactly. Yeah. Well, and I don't know, it becomes a point, like a stress point, and the displacement of the water, it's the ripple effect, right? Like it's like these small pumps. Yeah, they displace the water, they move it, but it's nothing like what you're talking about, where that's a lot of water that is going to have to be displaced all around, and then what happens?
And the thing is that you're going to have, let's say you did like a really big flow pump, like, let's just say you did a flow cannon.
Yeah.
And so when it ramps up, it has all that force of energy that it's pushing on whatever it is to hold it in place. Well, if you had the pump set up to ramp up and down, well, technically it's like pushing against it and then letting off pressure and pushing again. And it just keeps doing that every time you ramp. Now, small pumps, the most aquarium pumps never will do anything to where they could do that. But if you're talking about flexing anything, You know,
want it to be the glass.
well, and so I got a lot of things I research on the side, or I'm enthusiastic. So like aircraft is a good example. Well, they make a new aircraft and a fuselage. One of the things they do, they take the wing and they put it on a thing that moves it up and down, and they basically do that to see how long it takes before the thing will fail.
Yeah.
To where the metal bending that much, or the components bending, fail.
Yep.
So how long that would take to do that, I don't know. But for some of the larger pumps I'm looking at, I don't even want to entertain it, and that's why I'm like, I'll put them on a strut.
Yeah.
I'll put them on several very strong struts so that it's putting that into the canopy. And that's such a large object. It's not, and technically it's not attached to the glass per se.
Yeah.
So,
yes, it's not a unit.
Yeah.
Petco did Scotty Damron. Petco did that. Oh, he's talking about the subscription. Guaranteed price, then the next time $15 more, so I won't subscribe to anything with Petco. Amazon has a price lock on sub and save. Do they? Because I didn't see that.
Might just be certain products.
Oh, maybe. Then Marcus, then there's the price lock that they can't honor and will just cancel. I've had that happen to me. Although my biggest score was the laundry detergent that we use that's normally $7.99, and they had it for $3.99. And I, of course, immediately recognized what a deal that was, and I ordered like 6 of them. And that took the longest of any Amazon order I've ever had to arrive. It took 4 months for them to fill that order. And they kept saying, oh, it's coming. Let us know if you want to cancel. Oh, it's coming. Let us know if you want to cancel. So I'm sure they wanted me to cancel, but I'm too stubborn for that. I could wait. Anyway, what else we got here? North Central West Virginia, my tap. He's talking about TDS is 122. Never saw a higher number than 142. That would be nice. Ours is over 300 here.
I don't even know what my tap is. I can't remember.
Yeah. Oh, MB Reef is moving, so thinking to go up to 125 or 210. Not sure which one. MB Reef, like he had or has a beautiful tank. I think I want to say it's a 75 gallon or was.
Well, I know where my vote's gonna go.
The 210. Yeah, don't mess with 120. Go 210, because when you get the 210, you're gonna wish you'd gone 300. That's the way it goes.
Why stop at 300?
That's right. Well, people say,
I'm gonna be such a horrible influence to people in that respect.
I know, right? Nothing's ever big enough.
I got Greg Carroll had a Instagram stream or something a while ago, and him and O were talking and saying they were talking about somebody getting it was a pretty good sized tank. It was like a 6 foot by 6 foot or 6 foot by 10 foot, some big 500-600 gallon cube. They're like, oh, that's an enormous tank. And I just go, I don't know. I don't know if that's what I'd call big. just like, Alex, you don't count.
That's right. Exactly right. Well, I don't know. I just think this for me is borderline unmanageable. And by that, I mean, I can't reach in it. There's, like I've said, there's places I can see, but I can't reach, and places I can reach, but I can't see.
I'll see if I can help you with that eventually, Cindy, because I'm going to have a similar problem, and I've already got my gears turning about, I'm not going to go swimming in my tank every week, which I laugh about because everyone's like, can I swim in your tank? And I'm like, why does everyone want to do that? It's going to be cold.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to be like, well, yeah, you can go swimming. I'll put you in the big fish section and Just wait till that clown trigger comes up and takes a bite out of you. You really want to be in there then.
Yeah.
So that's why I told my wife. I said, maybe I'll have some fun. I'll put some money in a bag and let it sit on the bottom of the
Snorkeling or diving for it.
like, yeah, go for it. But I've been thinking about different tools to use for that, other than just the gripper.
Yeah.
Because with my tank being 6 feet front to back, I'm not getting in that thing every day. It's just not happening. Now I'm gonna pre-drill my rocks so I could slip plugs in, but even then, there's still gonna be I gotta pick something up, do something. So
Yeah.
I'll see if I come up with some once I get that 3D printer, which I'm guessing that might be like Christmas time gift if I'm lucky.
Yeah.
I might start messing around with some tools for the unreachable tank stuff.
Well, the biggest problem I have is my arms aren't long enough, so my husband will help, and he can reach much farther than me. But in the places that I can just barely reach, which I can reach, the biggest issue is having enough leverage to be able to push downwards and nestle the putty or the glue or whatever I'm using against the rock. I can get it there, but I can't get the right angle to push it down so that I can keep it there. So I've tried, I have tweezers where I forget what they're called, but you squeeze them, you grip the item, and then you let go, and they stay there like they're like crisscross. I have some of those, so I've tried to use those. But the biggest problem is if you use the ones that are like an L shape or very close to an L shape, because the frag plugs are round, they only contact a very small point and it pivots. So you get it all set up and ready to go, and you can reach with it and whatever, and then the thing swings down or tilts back or whatever. Even if you do get it, and I've discovered that by putting one side on the frag plug and one side up against the base of the coral, you can get rid of that pivot because you're actually on top of the platform and it's straight there. But then it's a matter of having enough strength or leverage to be able to use that tool to push down and move it's really awkward and impossible. So, and I honestly thought that the best thing, you know how Bunsen burner lighters work? Where you press that thing and it clicks on the sparking thing. That mechanism, I often thought something like that, where you could hold it from the top and have something available that would be strong enough to push down on it, like hold it from the top where you're not touching the coral. So it's actually contacting the frag plug or whatever it's from the top, right? So it cups over top and you're able to push down on it somehow, even if what that is another tool that you use your other hand to tap down on it, right? And I'm keeping my eyes open to see if I can find something like that already exists that I can somehow adapt.
I would probably look at, just 3D printing. Like, I would look at 3D printer stuff and then see if anybody has something out there.
Yeah.
And then just see if you can get it printed locally. Because that's honestly
tried, and the guy the one guy I found months and months and months ago, just I haven't heard from him, and I don't know whether he's got COVID or got family problems, or it's one of those things, and I don't know enough people to be able to source that, Yeah. Oh, here's a good one. The treasure divers have to skinny dip, and the money goes in a moray cave.
I'm not allowed to get more eels. That's the problem. Honestly, if I it was really going to be bad, I would be like, oh yeah, get in. And I'd be like, I'll feed the fish once you get in. I'll be like, here, hold these clams.
Yeah, that's right. Jamie Reef Tank, just get an Ender 3D printer, so easy to use. Yeah, I've heard that. I don't want to learn any more stuff. Honestly, I have microscopes. I don't even know if you can see them. They're on the floor. Did I tell you about the 2 microscopes I got for $10?
No,
I haven't even
I don't.
opened the boxes yet, but I got them on Facebook Marketplace from a guy in town. And I don't know, it kind of made me wonder if he took the $10 and went and bought some weed or something, but that's okay. And so I have to get into them. There's pieces missing and whatever, but nothing serious. And I'm sure I can make, or Bunsen burner, yeah. I'm sure I can make one working one out of the pieces because I looked pretty carefully at what's in there. But who has time for that right now, right? I used to burn through, and Bunsen burner was a Friday or Saturday party at Brunson Lake. I don't know. Anyway, so many problems to solve. I just want to get my UV hooked up and running so that I get my clear water back because I don't like the slight haze that gets on it. And
Oh yeah, I love my UV.
yep.
I'm gonna see. I might try ozone out. Eventually.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a plan for that though, to where I can. Because my biggest thing with that is I just want to make sure I can ventilate it properly.
Ozone scares me. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, I just feel that, well, because even when I was talking with some ozone guys before, like, the product is interesting and stuff, and I know it does a really good job at breaking stuff down.
Mm-hmm.
For me, though, it was just, I kind of was almost telling them, because they were looking at, like, hookups to protein skimmers and everything, and I go, yeah, I don't think I would really do that. I told them, I said, I think I would make a separate ozone reactor
Mm-hmm.
that would be kind of the same principle as a protein skimmer, but not have any foam action in it.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I was going to keep this secret until about a year had gone by, but until I see how well it works. But I've been using a sorting oxidator, which I had to get from Germany. And
What is that?
it was developed to supply hydrogen peroxide to ponds and things like that to help control algae. And they are made in various sizes that can go in aquariums. And I have the biggest one, which is meant for like a 4,000-gallon pond, but it's quite safe to use because salt water requires more. And it's rated for the 600 gallons that I have. It's the proper size for it. And what it is in an acrylic vessel, there's a catalyst. And I think the catalyst is some kind of metal. I'm not 100% sure what it is. But it's a specific type of ceramic vessel. And this thing gets filled with hydrogen peroxide. 19% is the appropriate strength for the amount of water I have. It varies. It goes down as you have less water. It's less concentrated. And you fill it up. You put it. You close the thing up, and then what I do is I invert the ceramic container over top, slide it over the edge of the table, and push this thing up inside it, and then I flip it over because there's a tiny, tiny hole at the bottom, and the catalyst reacts with the hydrogen peroxide to release it in a stream of bubbles. And they're almost microscopic, but you can just barely see them in the water. So it goes into the water and sits on the bottom. It's in the 100-gallon section beside the skimmer, like near the skimmer. And these bubbles release until all of the peroxide is gone. Essentially, it's water. After about, I think the first one took about 6 weeks to empty. And then it floats to the top. And so when you see it floating, you know that it's time to recharge the hydrogen peroxide. So what I do is I can only buy, you can't buy 19% unless you buy it from them. And by them, it's in Germany. So there's no way I'm going to be shipping 19% hydrogen peroxide. It's just not going to happen.
I was gonna say, will they even ship it?
Yeah, no.
I don't know much about high concentration hydrogen peroxide, but I know it could organically decompose and combust
Yep.
in real high concentrations. So,
well, I buy 35%, which is legal and not very hard to buy, but it's regulated in terms of who can sell it. And ironically, if I buy a gallon of it or 2 gallons of it, I have to pay an $85 hazmat fee to ship it.
yeah.
If I buy 6 1-liter bottles of it, so it's a gallon and a half, it costs about $20 more, but there is no $85 hazmat fee. So for 6 1-liter bottles costs roughly, with shipping and everything and tax, is about $110, I think. But that lasts like 6 or 7 months. So I notice an immediate difference. And I can tell when that thing is floating, because I have a lid on that container. And I can tell when that thing is floating just by the clarity of this water changing. Doesn't change much, but it changes. I can see it. And I'm not seeing any harm from it. So yeah, that's what I've been doing. Instead of pouring hydrogen peroxide into this tank to try and control the cyano and everything, I've been using that thing. And I can't say definitively whether it's a miracle or anything, but when you do the reading about it, lots of people in Europe use these things. And I had people give me some feedback about hydrogen peroxide when I was talking about getting rid of the cyano in this tank. In that video, I had comments saying, get yourself one of these oxidators. It was invented by a German guy. Yeah, so they're quite common in Europe. They're not hard to find, but nobody carries them over here. If you do find a vendor here, usually it's an outdated website because they don't carry them anymore. So maybe it's something that just never caught on. I don't know, but I'm trying it.
Can't go wrong.
See, that's my speed. Just try something like this. I wear the gloves. I got the respirator. We use a plastic funnel to fill the container that's exactly the right size that it can rest in the opening and not tip. And I just, stand back. I pour 2 cups of RODI water in there first, and then I add the peroxide to the water until the container fills up. And doing the math, that gives me roughly 20% solution. So I tried half and half, and I don't think it didn't work as well. So now I just put 2 cups in and top it up with as much as it needs from the bottle. So.
Well, since you're wearing gloves and a respirator already, I'll buy you a Tyvek suit. You can come help me with fiberglass.
Okay. I can't handle the heat. That's my problem. I don't do heat. I get cranky like you can't believe.
I am, well, while I was doing the sanding and grinding, I not only had, because when I do that, I also had the vacuum running, and the little vibrating saw is pretty loud, so I got ear protection on too, which are full earmuffs over the top.
Yep.
So, I'm not really sure what my irritation level would be at that point, but I know it had to be pretty high because I was avoiding doing it because I'm like, I don't want to do this. But then I kept going, just get it done. Get it done with. It'll be done. You don't have to do it anymore. Yep. Now the beams are done. I'm like, I just got to get through this bottom. Get through the bottom, and then the fiberglass is done, and then, no more having to suit up quite as much. I mean, I'll still do it for the pond armor, but I don't have to worry about fiberglass everywhere and constantly cleaning and vacuuming. And
yep,
I'll be happy when that's over.
Well, and I mean, there's a payoff coming, and it's getting closer and closer and closer. And that's a lot of what I kept telling myself when I had to do the rocks, and when I was putting stuff off because I didn't know what to do, I would just say, like, just do it. Like, get to just find some time, quit finding other things to do, and just do it. And yeah, and so now I'm at that point where I have to get myself into that mindset to get this 150 emptied so we can get the UV hooked up. There's not much to do. Oh, well, in fact, last night, that's the other thing I did. I have the back half of the 150 full of media bags with matrix and Sipperax and like all kinds of stuff. So it's been back there for a year now since we set this all up. And I want to move it over into the 100-gallon section because there's space, because of we have to empty that. So I'm going to gradually move it all over, because that way I can catch the fish, because they go in there and hide when they're skittish, right? So I got to have all that stuff out to have any hope of catching the fish. Last night I took out 3 bags. The first 2 were just infested with chaetomorpha and bubble algae. So I took them over to the sink and I got some salt water and I just scrubbed the outside of the bags off, got whatever I could, and then I moved them over into the 100. Then the third bag, I've got my really long barbecue tongs. I go and I lift it up, and there was a stinky cloud of brown ugly that came up to the surface of the water when I just picked up that bag. So foolishly, I kept doing what I was doing, got it out. I did have like a towel that I held under it, ran it over to the sink, dropped it in the salt water, and I rinsed it 3 times, and it was coming pretty clear. And then I moved it over to the 100. And then I thought, okay, so that was a lot of pretty awful that came out of there. Do I do another one? And I decided to stop, because I don't like disturbing that. It's never been disturbed in a year. Who knows what sort of nasty is down there?
Yeah.
And luckily the skimmer's downstream. So I thought it can handle one cloud of some sediment. And so that's what I'm going to do about every other day, is just pick up 1 bag at a time. I'm going to have a container ready this time that I can get under the water and get the thing right into the container and then slowly lift it up, so that if there is a bunch of horrible in it, it'll mostly stay in the container, as opposed to me just lifting it up and it goes everywhere, right? So I've had so many times where I've crashed my tank because I was careless with sediment or detritus or whatever, without realizing the harm that it can do. I guess it's like disturbing a 4-inch deep sand bed that's packed with hydrogen sulfide, right? Like, except it's maybe 1/4 of an inch of sludge.
Yeah, and I mean, small amounts, okay, but yeah, you don't want to kick it all up at once. That's not good.
No. So that's what I've kind of said to myself, okay, if I do that, it's a start. It's, instead of going, oh, should I do this? Should I do this? No, I want to do the corals first. No, I want to do this. I'm just going to start with that, because I can spread that out over a long time. So that gives me a chance to procrastinate even more while still getting something productive done that really should be done over a long time. So, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fun once it's all done, though. You get all the sludge out.
Yeah.
See, and then if you get your microscope going, you can put some of the sludge under the microscope to see what cool critters there are.
And it's funny you should say that, because that's exactly what I thought. I should be collecting some of this and putting it in a little bottle and seeing what's actually in there. And because the other thing is, as I was saying earlier about the algae that's growing in there, there's also all that sludge. And when we took the corals out of the 100-gallon and cleaned it, and then we had that couple of days where the water went like stinky, it wasn't connected to the system. we weren't really circulating it or heating it, and it just went nasty. So I don't want that to happen. So we're going to just kind of vacuum out what we can and replace that water right away with new salt water. I'm going to scrape and net out as much algae as I can, and then just keep an eye on the nutrients and make sure that they don't go too high. When the rest of that algae that I can't get, or when the rest of the sludge goes through the system, then at least I can address it if it becomes a problem. So that's kind of an unknown, and I know that's playing in my mind, saying, okay, but what do I do about this? And yeah, even the coralline, there's coralline all over the inside of that tub where the light is, and that stuff's gonna die when it doesn't get light anymore. So I know that it doesn't go toxic or contribute to nutrients, but it does act as a magnesium sink. So
Yeah.
if a whole bunch of it dies at once, I could end up with magnesium spiking. So I got to watch for that too. So I got to plan ahead and maybe let my magnesium go down to 1200 or so slowly. And then when I do that, see if it pops back up again. I don't know if it will, but it has potential to do it. So much to think about.
Never ends.
No, that's right. But it's worth it though, right?
It is.
I mean, why else would we do it?
I'm looking forward to being more into that stuff again, and instead of just build.
Yep.
So.
Yep. Yeah, Marcus Aurelius says, I always say just act like you've done this before. It will get you past some things. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a funny thing, though. Like, I sit there, I'm like, yeah, I haven't had to deal with some of this stuff in a while because I feel out of practice with some of this stuff because I'm maintaining everything, and it's a lot, but at the same time, it's got a fair amount of autopilot on it where I'm going, no, I'm just going to let it go and do its thing, and then we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, and even technology in a couple of years changes. The things that are available, or the potential stuff that you could use for testing and all that kind of thing changes too.
Yeah, and I look at it as, I'm still learning my system a bit, and I feel it's getting better and balancing better, but it's still some time it's going to take to know for sure if it's where it needs to be. And then I'm sure I'm probably going to get that fish room running really nice, and then I'm going to go, well, time to turn up the big tank now, and it's going to throw it all into chaos. So
yeah, the main thing that changed when we hooked the two systems up was the flow rate through the sump. And we had to change a few things to where we actually have higher water levels down there with this tank running than we did when we only had the sump running itself. So that affects the water in the pipes and how we manage that. And I've had to make sure that fish can't get in there, snails can't get, because I don't want snails getting in the drains that go between the vessels. If I have to close a valve and I end up crunching a snail, that won't be good. So all that kind of stuff changed. And what you said about learning the system, it's so true, because there's little quirks, like every 4 days, the right-hand ATO downstairs, there's two of them, the right-hand side one beeps at about 9 o'clock at night because it can't quite keep up with what it needs to keep the water level where it needs to be. So you go and you turn it off and on again, and then it's fine. But it takes like about 4 days. So it's like...
I haven't had that problem much lately, because now that the kelp stir's going more consistently, that's adding in some top off water on top of everything too. So
well, that's why we put in the ATO booster, was just to drip a steady stream of water in that isn't regulated in any way, and the regulation takes place with the ATOs themselves. So I mean, it could be that we have to turn that up. But if we turn it up too much, then the issue is it runs out too fast, and the trash can that's the main reservoir, the 32 gallons. I don't want that water to stagnate or sit too long. So like it's another kind of a balancing act. Yeah. Oh, hey, Murphy's Aquatics. You guys are going hard tonight. Howdy, howdy. Yeah, my God. What time is it? Almost midnight? And I said to my husband, geez, I'm pretty tired. Maybe I'll try and, wrap it up by 10.
Oh, that my work day on the aquarium is catching up to me.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we have our daughter's dog we're babysitting because they're at the cottage. And when there's a lot of people, French Bulldog is better with us than trying to dodge toddlers and make sure she doesn't get out and all that kind of thing. So she sleeps on the bed, in her bed. And she likes to kind of sprawl, so I can't put my feet where I need to put my feet. So I don't sleep well. So I don't mind. I mean, it's only a couple of nights, but yeah. Yeah, no nap during the day because I was too busy. So,
I actually took a nap before hopping on the stream tonight.
Getting too old for this.
No, just, crawling around in your hands and knees in a Tyvek suit or, just in a respirator and all that all day. It's taxing on you.
Yep.
So.
Well, what would make me really tired would be remaining civil to those around me. That would be exhausting. So, yeah. Anyway. Geez, we still got 14 people. 4 hours later. I am publishing a video on Tuesday about trying to catch who was moving the coral rock around in my tank. And I did that earlier today as well. And I had over 2 hours of footage, but I decided not to use most of the second half of it because it was just repetitive. So I'm giving you guys a break. I could have made it 2 hours long. Relaxing reef tank video. Fresh.
Did you find the culprit? That's the question.
I believe, yes. And I do disclose it within the first couple minutes of the video because I know there are people who are going to be mad at me if they have to watch the whole thing to find out that I only think I know what it is. So I'm being nice. I'm being nice to all you people out there.
I still remember watching my camera on my 480 while I was at work because somebody kept flipping one of my Weslephilias over.
Mm-hmm.
And not only did I catch the coral getting flipped over, then I caught someone else take a bite out of it. And I remember sitting at work, I'm like, I was like, I can't leave yet.
I know, right?
It's like watching a nightmare here.
Yeah.
And then the next day, those two fish that day or the next day, both those fish were moved to the 720.
Yep. Yep.
So.
Well, if you look on YouTube at videos that are labeled relaxing video of colorful corals and fish, those things get like millions of views. Millions. And all it is somebody's aquarium.
Yeah,
so,
I've got a couple of those out there. I don't think they're my popular videos, but then again, I know.
Yep, that's right. So
I don't post enough stuff for the algorithm to pick me up, and I'm not playing that game.
Well, I was shocked at how relaxing it was just watching because I love watching fish. And, the fish would swim in and out and, be doing stuff. And then the Blenny came in. It was like, okay, I think that's who it is. So watch what he does. And yeah, sure enough, he did some things that were suspicious. And, but it, like I said, it shocked me how relaxing it was just watching the fish. And even if there's no fish in it, all of a sudden somebody comes in from this side and swims across. And anyway, and when you go to the chiropractor and they've got a TV on there and all it is a cleaner shrimp and an anemone and a clownfish comes in once in a while and it's on there all day and people sit there and watch it. So
Perhaps I'll make some videos of the big tank once it's up and running.
Oh yeah. Well, look at
Then it's just gonna be fish swimming into the distance, going, where did that thing go?
That's right. Well, look at Andrew Sandler. I mean, aren't most of his videos his tank set to some music?
Some of them are, yeah.
Yeah. So, this is it. It's fascinating, just watching everything that goes on in there. I get
Oh
sucked.
yeah, the behavior's got to be very interesting in that size tank. That's
Yeah.
one of the things I'm hoping for is to get some different type of behavior out of stuff, and
More
know.
natural behavior. Yeah. Yeah. Murphy, good thing I have my setup. I don't know if I would have the energy to build another at this point. Yeah.
Oh, come on, Murphy! Everybody wants to join the party. It's fun.
That's right. Well, you guys don't live too far apart. You're
I think Murphy's in India, I believe.
he's
So
in Indiana and you're in Illinois, so I'm sure a corner of a state line meets somewhere over there.
yeah, I'll have to reach out to you, Murphy. All this craziness the last couple of years and moving and stuff.
Hmm.
I haven't been able to start reaching out to people more. So
Yeah. All right. I think I'm going to call it because I hear rustling in the hallway out here, so he's probably taking the dog out for a walk. Probably just woke up. Now he's got to take the dog out. Anyway. All right. Well, thank you everybody for watching. And if you're on the replay, I really appreciate you hanging in for so long. And we'll see you next week. Same time, same place. And we'll go from there. So thanks everyone who came in tonight, Cathy and Alex. And you made it much more fun for everybody watching because you didn't have to listen to me for however long I lasted. So, all right. All right. See you, everybody.
thanks.
Thanks for coming
Bye.
by. Bye.